Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Wandering Tavern. We're back. I was down, and you can probably still hear it in my voice. He's with the flu last week, and it was just the regular flu, not anything, important or of Chinese origin. So, fingers crossed. Us next week. I'm still here and, you know,
I
functioning.
have to suppress autism because technically the normal flu is a descendant of the Spanish flu, which we call that because that's where we had the big breakout. But originally, it also comes from China.
There's evidence to suggest that the bubonic plague came from China too. So,
Yes.
Most
you
of
know,
the big ones all came from there. Like, um,
yeah. Well, it's not really their fault either. It's not anything that, East Asia can do about it. It's just that that area of the world is so biodiverse that
ah,
bacterial infection just flourishes.
yeah, not necessarily. They have certain eating habits that
Mm.
make it easier for animal to human transmission.
There's also that, yes.
Yeah, like there's once in a while there's an outbreak of the Hunter virus, and the only way that a Hunter, which is named after the river where it first occurred or was identified, only transmits if you ingest, I think it was urine of the animal that has it, which means the animal wasn't properly washed before it was done with whatever prepared. Ah, great. And that's mainly the problem. They don't prepare their food well to this day. And
But moving on from that, we will be talking about the Michael Knowles interview with Helena Kirshner. I probably butchered that, and I think the timestamp I have it on, he's about to say her name. So, this young lady, she's about 23, is currently detransitioned, or she's currently going through the process of detransitioning.
she looked fine.
Mhm.
I've seen the video weeks ago. I don't remember too much and not any details. But yeah, it's a very tragic story and ever more common today, as it turns out that a lot of kids were, after all, talked into being trans when they definitely were not trans.
Mm-hmm.
And for this specific topic, for those who don't know me, I did grow up with actual gender dysphoria, and I am stuck in mid-transition. That has several annoying reasons. That is why my voice is still like this, and it probably will for more, because I am in this medical limbo where basically my transition was ruined by I think in large part SJWs, to the point where I got so sick from the I don't like to use these words, but it's basically that. It's lots of abuse. I've got a very severe actual case of PTSD. Like all these activists also claim all the time they have PTSD when it's just hysteria. They claim to have crippling PTSD, but honestly, if you have crippling PTSD, if you want to use that adjective, you wouldn't go outside to demonstrations. You wouldn't go to keep going to university and all of this other nonsense, because you could not get through the day without an actual breakdown, actual flashbacks and cramps. And at worst, it gets to the point where, if it's a really severe one, top tier one, You can start suffocating because you cramp up so hard that your respiratory system doesn't work anymore. Your what is it? Diaphragm, is it in English? Can't move anymore.
Yes.
And a veteran, U.S. veteran, I didn't get this from German health uh, um, mental health personnel. I got because the Germany just sucks in the mental health department. It is very hard to find someone good here. They do exist, but they're extremely rare. You're better off playing the lottery. He told me technique for that, for example, and that is you push your hands in under your what's it torso, rib cage. That's it, and move the diaphragm manually up and down, and that is extremely painful. But it is equally painful to the suffocation burns pains that set in after a couple seconds. But yeah, I have learned nothing from mental health personnel here. I have it all from friends around the world. And yeah, ironically enough, the VA veterans hate the VA, but about PTSD, they at least seem to know what they're talking about. And so I ran into the problem where another type can look like epileptic seizures, but there's some key differences, like your eyes are closed and you spasm not rhythmically. An epileptic tends to spasm rhythmically during that, while if it's a super severe PTSD, the cramps, twitches, they're in accordance with what happens in the flashback, rather. Yeah. So I am stuck in this place where now the healthcare system says, or the therapists say, "Oh, you have this horrible PTSD. We can't do any trans shit with you anymore because you need to solve that first." Also, I couldn't do any operations, like including the voice. That also counts into that, because your pain threshold is extremely lowered when you have PTSD, similar to a depression. And you have post-operative depression anyway, so that is not something that the body can take at that point. Or rather, it is, let's say, it's not recommended. And on the other hand, I have run into various types of bad therapists that said, "Oh, I can't treat you for the PTSD. You really should solve this trans stuff first, and only then I will treat you for the PTSD." So I'm in a bit of a bind there. Others said, "Oh, this is too big. I don't want to touch this," because they're not used to the severity of it. Others try to minimize it completely or get passive aggressive. We have lots of narcissistic and worse therapists in Germany because they're not filtered out. They don't make any psychological screenings for future therapists, unlike other countries. I think Poland does them, which is good. Yeah, and I've also tried it with clinics, and whoa, man, that is another level of insanity. They put the PTSD patients usually together with borderliners. Borderliners are psychologically abusive people, sometimes physically abusive people. If any of you is following the Amber Heard trial, apparently she was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, among other things. Yeah, in Germany they just have borderline and PTSD right next to each other, and I do not know why. It makes no sense. I had two good therapists. One, sadly, after a few sessions, said she has to retire. She was very, very old, but she was really, really good. Only one I learned something from, honestly. And the one after her, young one, and a good one that's young, a young one that's good. That's extremely rare. She is in, what's it called? I keep forgetting the word, maternity leave right now, which is these are wonderful reasons to stop being a therapist. I can't argue against that. Problem is, I'm just keeps being in limbo, and Oh yeah, one of the clinics was also run by esoteric feminists with rose quartzes on the windowsill and shit like that, and the interview was complete gaslighting. That's a story for another time, but it's absolute insanity.
You mean the Steven Universe character, Rose Quartz?
No, I mean stones.
Oh, the actual stone. Okay.
So look, esoterics believe stones have magical powers, and they put them in the sunlight so that they can charge up their energies, and then they wear them as necklaces or something to gain their healing powers or whatever. Or is it it's the light quartzes, the white ones. Rose quartzes are the pink ones. Those were white ones. Anyway, so I am technically a trans woman stuck in mid-transition, which had I known it would end up like this, I might have skipped on it and remained with the pain of gender dysphoria. There is real pain associated with that. It's psychological distress constantly 24/7. That's a real thing. And the hormone therapy is what reduces that. That is because the hormone therapy normalizes the brain. We have an anomalous brain. Like some areas are a bit larger, others are a bit smaller. It's not directly in the direction of the other sex. It is rather that if there's, for example, is it a limbic system? Let's just go with that. There are some papers on this. Kilpatrick 2019 is one of them. I don't remember the title. Imagine limbic system is a certain size in men. In women, it's a bit smaller. In men with gender dysphoria, so that would be trans women, that would be me, it's even larger. So it's not going in the direction of women. And in women with gender dysphoria, so trans men, it's even smaller. And other things are more in the direction of the other sex, but this is, for example, this goes even more extreme. And so we can't just say we just have the mind of the brain of the other sex. It's it's much more complicated than that. And part of that seems to be a broken androgen receptor. And when, of course, a receptor is broken, it doesn't help throwing more testosterone against it, because nothing connects, nothing docks onto it. And thus all the processes that affects are also not switched on, which is how you get the slight anomalies, and then the brain goes, ugh, and thinks it's dealing with it, or should be dealing with the other body. Because it's imagine it being like a full body phantom limb. It's not just certain body parts, it is the entire body. Like you're out of shape. Like you feel like your waist is not just should be. It's not dysmorphia. I've run into trans women that I believe are actual trans women think it is dysmorphia, and then on the left there are several others who mistake it for body dysmorphia, because they try to distance or distinguish between some mental crap with dysphoria is just a social situation stuff. Like no. So they try to distinguish between mental and physical dysphoria, which is bullshit. The measurable thing is what I just described. And so you feel as if your waist should be in a different space. It should be, for example, let's go with standard. It should be smaller. Your hips should be wider. And if you look at a space where you should fit through, if you do not actively think about my body is actually different, because you objectively know it's different, you will automatically assume by the template that your brain has whether you fit through that or not. And that goes all the way to your brain expecting there should be breasts, there should be the weight, there should be the sensitivity, and your brain goes all nuts, because why am I not getting this information? Why am I not getting these signals? What's wrong here? Error. And so it's not just the genitals, it's all other areas. It's a feeling of you're the wrong height as well. dysmorphia, body dysmorphia, however, is just an obsession with a single body part that you over obsess with, like these people who get more and more beauty operations, like they constantly have another nose operation because it's still not perfect enough, or they keep working out despite already having a six-pack because they look in the mirror and think, I'm still too fat. And that's not what this is. There's no hallucination going on. It's or with anorexia, there's a hallucination element involved. With gender dysphoria, there's no hallucination. There is no weird idea of a disconnect there. It's just that your subconscious works with the idea that like it grew the wrong blueprint. It expected, your brain falsely got the idea that it should be interacting with a female body. You may also have female interests. I'm a bit of a mixed bag because I'm also autistic, so I do lean more towards tech and science and all of that. But I am in the social role. I am more of I rather like the support role in any context. I don't like the leadership role. Although I was a couple times I was pushed into that because nobody else got his fucking ass up, and that is rather a female associated thing. The point is, the activists try to say sex and biological sex and gender are not linked. However, our condition proves that it is, because due to this, which is ironic, because they try to use our condition to prove that it's not linked, because body and mind are, you could say, opposite of each other. That's the trans thing if we use it in a chemical sense. But what is rather happening is that what they call gender, the head stuff, is just as biologically informed as the body. So this broken androgen receptor is not enough for us to develop a female body. There are conditions where that does happen, where the entire Y chromosome is inactive, for example. But it is enough to fuck up the brain in some ways. And so there is some female associated behavior that happens, including reflexes that only the other sex has and that make no sense for a man to have. People with real gender dysphoria, in this case I'm speaking mainly about men I have the most experience with, men with gender dysphoria, tend to have certain androgynous features. They may be smaller, they may have more androgynous faces, elvish facial structures. That is what you usually tend to call that, or more elegant, let's make it elbows or whatever. And with lots of the fetishists, the autogynephiles, that is not the case. They do not have these physical features where you could say, yeah, I could mistake you for a girl. Men with gender dysphoria, when they're still kids, are more often than any other kids mistaken for being girls accidentally, including in their own family, like wider family, like with relatives that you're dealing with less than your immediate family. So what the hormone therapy does is it normalizes the brain, and that happens within the first month, like 3 to 4 weeks in. And when that happens, the gender dysphoria, the stress drops down massively. It's still there somewhat, like especially in the part between your legs, because that is such a big difference between the two sexes. But it's manageable. It's on a manageable level. And it is like a giant weight falls off of you. Like you're for the first time you can breathe freely, and your mind is free, that you can think freely, you can be more creative, or maybe for the first time since your childhood. It's a pretty astonishing change, and it is such a massive change that when it doesn't happen, that's a big indicator that you didn't have this condition in the first place. And my suggestion is then stop the hormones, detransition, because you were misdiagnosed. You do not have this condition. It's a physical condition. Oh yeah, where I wanted to say, I'm trailing off a bit. I'm very exhausted from the past couple of weeks. They were pretty bad. As we know from actual sexologists, the science-oriented ones, like Dr. Deborah So, she's written a very comprehensive book about it, in which she is also very apologetic, as if she fears the mob of the social justice mob, which I can understand, but it's a bit... that's the only thing I have to complain about that book, honestly. Thing is, so the actual science is aware that gender, what is left called gender, try to define as gender, being detached from sex, is just as biologically informed. Your biological sex is mainly informed by the chromosomes. They send out all the signals, and sometimes you have anomalies happen. In this case, it's this receptor, this broken androgen receptor. Your brain misdevelops, and thus, that's why I also brought up the reflexes. That also informs what is your basic personality gonna be. What is your... And I'm not saying nuances that later grow into it through life stuffs, but the basics, the absolute basics. And what are you mainly interested in? Those are the basic things. Those are biologically informed. And the left tries to call that gender, says it's detached. It's not. It's just that due to this biological condition, that this whole thing gets fucked up, because in most cases, the biological and the mental is in complete alignment with one another. And I'm trying to not to ramble too much. It's just lately it's more difficult to keep track of my thoughts. So I hope I didn't bore anyone.
Oh no, it's very informative.
Yeah,
and I think she actually ends up talking about a little bit about something that's related to what you said.
I mean,
later on.
The big problem that we have with, I guess, our culture nowadays is that we don't actually understand what actual trans people go through.
Yeah, we are swept under the rug by the activists that push being trans onto all kids, as many kids as they can, as many kids as fall for it, as many parents as fall for the idea as well. And that is also why they do it in secret without the parents' knowledge. And they want to get rid of the diagnostic processes, which are very thorough, have to be very thorough, because you do not want to misdiagnose a child with this, which is also why you should not even diagnose this in a child. You should only diagnose this after puberty, or let's say at least when the child is of age, saying age 18, for example. Because for one, we statistically know that most children that before all this rainbow nonsense started, let's say 15 years ago, when everything was still safe, the left wasn't making up too much, or was not publicly on this scale making up crap about the trans issue. The kids that claimed to be trans at that time and before, 80% roughly, if you take all the studies together, it's roughly 80%. So 4 out of 5 kids that during their puberty claimed to be trans, to be have gender dysphoria, have this condition in some way, describe the symptoms. By the end of puberty, in 4 out of 5 children, that was gone. So the natural way to get rid of it is to not medically intervene, and finish puberty. And had I been told as a kid that you have an 80% chance to naturally lose this condition by the end of puberty, I would have said, okay, cool, let's hope that happens. Well, it didn't happen, but this means that the only gender dysphoria, in my case, so I'm a minority of a minority. The minority are kids that actually have the symptoms during puberty, and or before, and then also in puberty. In puberty, it just gets a bit worse. So that's a minority, and with a minority of that, a fifth of that, the symptoms remain past puberty. So the only gender dysphoria we need to treat with the lack of any other sophisticated tools that we could use would be post-puberty persistent gender dysphoria. And anything before that, in the ICD-10, we already had a fitting diagnosis for that, which you could find under F66.0, which is called sexual maturity crisis. Because you have a child that goes through puberty and all children, of course, go through some distress during puberty with all the bodily changes, all the mental changes, because your brain is growing. It's growing a prefrontal cortex that hasn't been there before and is now doing all sorts of new nonsense. And by the way, that's the part of the brain that you need to make long-term decision making. And that confused me. What was I? Where was I? I'm sorry, I'm very easily disrupted these days. It's just my brain is just depleted, exhausted. I don't get much sleep due to the PTSD. I sleep like 3 to 5 hours a night with sleep meds. It's been the past few years. It's a bit exhausting. Where was I?
No, you're fine. I think if we want to,
yeah,
keep going, we need to start.
I'm reading basically.
Anyway,
I'm sorry, I'm
right.
reading a book to you or accidentally.
All right, so let me just pull this up here.
I remember the 66.0 sexual maturity crisis. That is things like that you only diagnose when the patient is actually truly suffering. When there's no suffering, yeah, okay, you're a kid who goes through a tough phase. That's normal. Hey, look, she looks fine. I'm glad the hormones didn't do a bad job on her.
All right, so we are going to be skipping around just slightly, but if you want to hear all her answers and all the questions that Michael Knowles asks, I did link the full interview in the description. And so we do recommend you go watch it, mostly because this is a actually really interesting interview. I found it really fascinating. So let's get started.
Yeah. Also, if anyone has any more questions, put it in the comments after the live stream. I'll try to check occasionally and answer.
Mm-hmm.
Then she began to transition shortly after her 18th birthday and has now transitioned back. Quite an odyssey. Helena, thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you very much for having me.
So we don't have a ton of time. I wish we could speak for 4 or 5 hours.
Can y'all hear it okay?
Yeah, I can hear it okay. Yeah, it's just this. I fear that, or I hope for her. Whatever. Her voice sounds like it's been affected by the testosterone.
Mm-hmm.
Because she sounds like in this creaky in-between thing that some trans men sound like. They have this weird squeaky, screechy voice. And I bet she had a much nicer voice before. And the sad thing is, your voice breaking, the voice cracking of your voice, I think it's in English, that is something that only goes down. So the voices of girls don't crack. The voices of boys crack. They go downwards and they get deeper. And if you stop as a girl, you stop the transition to male and try to detransition, your voice will not recover. Your voice will stay whatever it turned into. And this is a permanent change, and you can do nothing about it. And that is one of the many reasons why this is not something you play around with. Because what girl, if she, like, imagine her voice would have gone even deeper, what girl would want that?
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you imagine you'd want to go into singing career at some point, and they're like, oh fuck, my voice is crap. The voices of women usually only deepen after menopause, when their estrogen drops and their testosterone rises slightly, and that's why older women sometimes have deeper voices.
I have about 1,000 questions for you. So we'll start at the very beginning. What was it right after your 18th birthday, or I imagine in the years before that, that made you think that you were a boy? Or what is it the case that you thought you were a boy, or you thought that you were a trans boy? You know, not quite a boy, but something different, and certainly not a woman.
Yeah, absolutely. So for me, it wasn't just like one moment where I woke up and I said, I'm a boy. Actually, as a child, I wasn't very atypical in like a gender sense. I liked girly clothes. I had no problem with it. I had no problem with girl toys. So it's never an issue for me. But
just
what
a girl.
really kind of...
Yeah, I've heard this.
Mm-hmm.
A friend of mine, he's pretty old, I hope he's well. His third daughter. So he was married a couple times, always ending in tragedy. And his third daughter, which wasn't his, but he took her in, raised her as his own. Oh God. I'm exhausted. She also, he told me, because he was so distraught over it. Completely normal girl, did all the girlish things, stayovers, pajama parties with the other girls, makeup, fawning over boys and boy bands and all that girly crap. And then one day, she got to know a trans man, so a woman who had transitioned to male, who was a mix of punk and biker, and also very left, of course. And a couple weeks into that relationship with that trans man, she also was trans now. And she started transitioning. And I have no idea how she even got a hold of the meds. Maybe the biker guy was sharing his meds with her. But apparently, eventually, that girl as well got a diagnosis, and he didn't tell me who did that, because that therapist should be reported, because this is not legal in Germany. You cannot just hand out these diagnoses for. There's no. We have diagnostic criteria for this. We have regulations on how this is to go. The diagnosis takes at least a year of therapy, and that's not just seeing the doctor twice in a year, but a real consecutive therapy to map out: do you actually have this? Are you sure? Here's what this is all about. Here is what happens, what can go wrong, and so on, and what is permanent. No, just got the stuff, and the mother was just supportive of her daughter in whatever she wanted to do. That wasn't very helpful, and he's just broken over it. And no, that too was a completely normal girl who just had this social contagion of someone I like has a thing, so I now too have the thing. And that's how a lot of this happens. This is how fashion trends happen among girls. One changes her hair color to blonde, and a week later, all the girls start having blonde hair. And this is the same thing. Every girl is into this one boy band, and then it spreads like a disease. Everyone's now into the boy band. And this is just everyone's trans now, so I'm trans too, so I'm not left out. Well, let's go on. Sorry, I'm rambling again.
Changed that for me was around the time I was 15 years old. I was going through a period in my life where I just didn't have a lot of friends. I was having body insecurities that were just really kind of tormenting me. And this led me to
completely normal puberty.
Go online a lot. I kind of stopped having friends in the real world. I stopped really engaging in school, and I turned to internet communities that allowed me to discuss some of my interests and my passions with other young girls.
So this is where I start to see like where this sort of, I guess, I don't know how you feel about this, but the sort of TransTrender kind of thing. This is where I think we can pinpoint the origins to. Is not necessarily Facebook, but I would say probably, and she's going to mention it by name, Tumblr,
now Discord as well.
Yeah.
Reddit also, all these big things. And so it is there are the people for whom the TransTrender really fits. Those want attention no matter what. Attention, look at me, I'm special. And if you don't, you're a bad person. And then you have this other group that people like me put under the TransTrender umbrella, that are just vulnerable kids who are being exploited, who are being corrupted, who are being told, oh, you feel left out, you feel socially not accepted, you don't like yourself. That is gender dysphoria. You must transition. Then your life will be wonderful. So they sell snake oil. They sell these kids a false remedy for their problems. Some of these which are natural things that everyone goes through puberty, or many go through in puberty. You don't like your body. Most girls don't like their bodies when they go through puberty because everything's weird and changing and nervous and itchy, and then this blood starts coming out. It's like it's horrible. Legacy asks what snake oil is. The snake oil salesman. Do you want to explain?
I can get that one. So it comes, Legacy. This comes from 18th and early 20th century wild frontier areas where basically these, not necessarily doctors, but salesmen would go around hawking cure-alls. And snake oil is just sort of a general term because they would actually use a thing called snake oil in the medicine. It would never do anything, and sometimes it was actually poisoning people, but it didn't matter because there wasn't really anything the government could do about it, because you could literally go to the next town, change your name, and nobody would care. And then there's also the fact that how do you regulate this sort of thing with this fast, and this is something I don't think a lot of people that don't grow up in the US, how far apart stuff really is.
Yeah, that gave a lot of room for scammers. And the snake oil salesman is a con artist, a scammer, with a nice wagon full of his crap. and comes into your little western town and advertises himself. Here, Dr. Rambunctious's cure-all tincture for sawtooths, worms, easy pregnancies, and a sore foot, of course. Also makes you a little more slimmer if you have the little pimple thing going on.
And one of those things is
just $2 a bottle.
They also didn't work necessarily alone. They usually had at least probably 2 or 3. Have someone just take like a colored bottle of water, down it, and walk off with like act as a cure-all kind of thing.
Yeah, like the lame guy comes on with a hunchback and then he drinks it and then I'm cured and dances or some bullshit.
Exactly.
That's snake oil, and technically they are selling very dangerous snake oil here to the teenagers. For several reasons. Some just like to corrupt kids. They have fun with that. Some get a hard on for feminizing, or in this case masculinizing children. Forced feminization is a fetish. And then of course you have the socialist activists, the rainbow activists, who want to grow their numbers, and by exploiting the vulnerable, like a religious cult, exploit the vulnerable to make them join, so that they find the new god and the new leader, and then everything will be good. You just need to love the great dear leader. But the pain will never go away that they actually have. They will only have more problems. And more the solution to that is, of course, well, you must pray more, you must transition more, you must do more of the things we tell you. You need special magical pronouns. You need to dye your hair. You need to wear gender non-conforming clothing, and so on and so on and so on. This is a recruitment spiral for these activists.
In these internet communities, for me, that was a website called Tumblr. It's the gender ideology is very prominent there. And as kind of a prerequisite to being able to participate in those social communities, you have to really agree with the gender ideology. And there's a lot of social
with which we do not agree, by the way.
Something like change your pronouns from a she, her to a they, them.
So
this is a very new thing.
Yeah, I found it very interesting that these sort of activists will complain about representation in communities that are not their own, but in order to participate, like from the sound of it, in order to be accepted at all, she had to participate in that. She had to engage with the cult.
Yeah, basically. She had to do something. She had to like bring a sacrifice, which is sacrifice your pronouns and take ours. And this is so they have, you could say in this case, they do have what is the word? Gatekeeping, essentially. You're not really part if you don't take the they them pronouns. And this is the interesting thing, because before this Tumblr crap started and this they them crap started, it was before 2012, 2010. Nobody needed that. Nobody. We certainly don't need that. So we don't even need to talk about these other fantasy pronouns that in part the furries invented. We didn't even need this they them stuff, because we know where we're going, where we are and where we're going. We're not some in between. We have biologically this body, our brain thinks it's the other. We try to alleviate the pain. That means we know what our bodies should be. Yes, we cannot fully achieve that with current technology, and probably won't for the next 500 years to any sufficient degree. But we can at least take the pain away with the HRT, and anything else is cosmetic to help you pass. we have to make our peace with with several facts, like that certain basic functions of the other sex we have, we simply can never get fulfilled. That's a simple fact that we have to make our peace with, and that is what therapy also should include. Thing is, I'm getting lost again. I'm sorry. It's a rough week. Where did we start? Oh, this is embarrassing.
We were talking about how she was talking about how
Tumblr.
in order to be basically accepted into sort of these
Yeah.
Tumblr communities, these
Yeah.
would basically be parasocial relationships for her.
Yeah, technically, yeah. It's an escapism for I find no connections in real life, so I do them in this online magic thing.
Exactly.
But I have the red thread in my head again. So we know where we need to go. Like you could say it's an attractive and a force of attraction, like magnets. We're A and there's B. So we know we need to go to B. We're attracted to that. These gender activists, they truly just do not like themselves. They do not want to go to B. That's not their goal. They just want to not be themselves. They are repelling themselves from themselves, like two similarly charged magnets. And then they don't care about the direction. That is not being trans. That is just you don't like yourself, or you want attention no matter what. And that is why these Tumblr spaces, they're full with usually girls, mainly girls, with narcissistic or borderline personality disorder. Borderline personality disorder is very prone to magical thinking. So you will find a lot of esoteric stuff in there, belief in angels, horoscope stuff, any other thing. And that is where these ideas of all these hundreds of weird genders come from, like astral gender, moon gender, Borg gender. I'm not kidding. Borg gender is a thing.
Yeah, I've seen Tumblr's list of genders before.
Yeah, and
There's
that's
also like celestial gender, autistic gender.
Oh God, autism is not a gender, for fuck's sake. It's a mental condition.
I swear with autism gender, I suspect that a troll made that up and someone on Tumblr took it seriously.
They take everything seriously. Because the thing is, you cannot seriously troll these people because they take everything seriously. So
This is
yeah,
true.
you just make it worse. You just if you do that, you just make it worse for us. You may have your laugh for a second about these people, or you just make it worse for us. Especially in this case, the autists. Yeah, so you have mentally insane girls, mainly girls, on Tumblr that believe in all this crap that is about being special, and since this is all a form of narcissism as well, they of course want people to submit to their ideas. All of them want to build their own little personality cults and believe in magic crap, magic nonsense. These are the same people that if you would have role-playing sessions with them, they would insist on being their characters, and that you call them by the names of their characters in real life at some point. This is seriously bonkers territory. And vulnerable people that stumble into this, that's not good. That's not good. This is how this happens. Exactly how this happens. And we actual people with gender dysphoria, we never need this they-them stuff. We are not some in-between the genders or outside the genders nonsense. We are very much a product and part of the binary. We're just broken in that, if you want to say it like that. We are anomalies, but we are not outside the binary. These people claim to be, but they're really just insane.
That's a very small step that isn't an instant commitment to like becoming a boy or transitioning. So that's how it started for me. I felt that kind of social pressure.
It's like
and so I did start
Scientology
to change my pronouns.
It's like Scientology doing it. Do you want to take a personality test?
Yeah.
Oh, here, do you want to buy the book? Do you want to come to our seminar? Hey, you really should come to our seminar. You really should buy the next book. Why haven't you bought the third book? And then they start harassing your family. And you can't get out. You can't get out of the cult anymore. Because then the mob, in this case, the rainbow mob comes and tries to destroy your life. Sorry, go on.
And it took 2 or 3 years before I actually reached that place where I was like, I'm a boy. And it was this feedback loop of getting that positive response from the other people online every time I would do something that was moving towards changing my gender, that led me to, over the course of those years, kind of self-indoctrinate.
Yeah, that's brainwashing. You get positive reinforcement for, yes, I'm a boy. And anything else either gets no recognition or a negative response. That's just brainwashing. It's conditioning and brainwashing. Because at that age, you do not suddenly start having gender dysphoria. You do not suddenly become trans. This condition that they wrongfully named rapid onset gender dysphoria, it is a real phenomenon, but it is not gender dysphoria that is the rapid onset. It is rather Münchhausen syndrome. That's all it is. It's sudden. It is the rapid onset of the claim to have gender dysphoria. None of the kids that would fall into this proposed term of ROGD actually have gender dysphoria. There's no rapid onset of the symptoms or the illness or whatever you want to, the condition you want, or whatever you want to call it. It is just Münchhausen syndrome or hypochondria. I think in her case, it fits into the hypochondria thing that is induced in her. So she did not have Münchhausen syndrome. Münchhausen syndrome is done for attention, explicitly for attention. Hypochondria is just a false belief to have something to the point where you can actually develop the symptoms, physically even, in some cases like rashes or something, or being jittery. While although in both cases you rather only develop or believe to have symptoms that you have heard about. So these people who believe to be trans, they do not even develop actual feelings of gender dysphoria because they don't even know what that feels like what I described to you in the beginning, because they are never even taught this. They believe to have all the stuff they're being taught dysphoria is, which it isn't. That is, and the patient with Münchhausen syndrome does not simply fake the illness that he or she claims to have, but just what he or she believes the illness is he or she claims to have. And that is how you can often spot, okay, this guy or woman is faking it, because someone with the actual condition would not behave this certain way. And that's what we see with the TransTrenders a lot.
Into thinking that I was a boy.
It's so frightening because what you're describing, you were 15 years old, you felt so, every single 15-year-old, certain issue. And it wasn't even that you were indoctrinated into this ideology at the mall with your friends or in the classroom even. It was the internet. It was this, that in order to be accepted in these communities and to participate in these communities, you had to participate in this ideology.
Absolutely. The ideology is so prevalent, and something that I think a lot of, older generations don't quite understand is that in the perspective of that 15-year-old girl who has had a falling out with her friends, she feels lonely, she feels insecure. Those internet communities that they then find that feels so accepting to them, they feel like the be all and end all. It's not just something you're casually kind of browsing to get updates about your favorite show or celebrity. It's like these internet communities are, they're what makes you feel accepted, and they're where you want to fit in. So you're willing to do almost anything to kind of conform to that social group. And
and I think, and I had actually something to say. She's very much right. She very much hits the nail on the head with this sort of thing that I actually over Easter weekend saw. Like, I saw something similar to this, not just in relation to just older generations not really understanding just how bad things are right now. Whereas, those of us that have been raised sort of with this monster that is social media, and I am of the firm belief that it is a monster of our own creation.
It is the one thing that science fiction could never predict.
Yeah, exactly. It's just that they don't sort of understand that these internet spaces aren't necessarily for these internet spaces are no longer, oh, I got online for like 20 minutes today just to check the sports scores and maybe watch a couple YouTube videos. No, this is some people's entire world.
Yeah, they're not anymore just hobby interest groups for let's exchange some things about building little model planes and ships,
Like, and
or oh, have a Star Trek forum. Let's talk
yeah,
about Star Trek. That's not what it is anymore.
it's not. It is a place where people come and they interact, and there are people that have entire friend groups basically the separate from the real world. And I've seen things online that have made me sort of be like, that was a very, very positive interaction. That was actually something that helped somebody else. And it is a beast of two sides. It is the side that is awful. It is just inherently sort of destroying the moral fabric of our society. But at the same time, you're never really alone anymore.
We haven't managed to make the filter yet between the good elements that the internet brings and all the bad stuff, because everybody has access now, everybody's there, and that means all the bad people are here.
Exactly.
Not just a few pedos that were there in the year 2000. No, it's the cultists, it's the snake oil salesman, it is all the people who want to exploit you, it is every sexual deviant you cannot even imagine that wants to corrupt you or your children. It is everything.
So for every and I point for every story of the Xbox Live friends who met and one of them passed away from cancer, but the Xbox Live group was how he stayed in touch with his friends and how he dealt with that. There's 5 different stories about how the Nigerian prince scammed someone out of money. It's like the good is here, but the bad is here as well. And I don't think people really have sort of grasped that. I don't think the older generations ever going to be able to grasp it.
I think the bad outweighs the good at this point, because in the beginning you had quite a hurdle to get onto the internet in the first place. You needed not just the money, you needed the knowledge, and you needed to know how to operate everything. And that hurdle went lower and lower and lower and lower. And now all you need is buy a smartphone, buy a phone contract, and there you have it. Put that into your tablet, and there you have it. That is even easier than DSL. And just throwing children into that I mean, I grew up with the tech, so it might sound hypocritical that I would want to deprive other children of that. The thing is, this was simply a completely different landscape back then.
Oh yeah. And my parents, you know,
And there was
they're-
crap on the internet. There was dangerous crap on the internet. But
Yeah.
it wasn't at every corner as it is now.
Mm-mm. Like my parents, you know, ridiculous as it may sound, was like, you know, I'm of the firm belief that parenting anyone is a trial and error game. You're going to fail, you're going to pass. But one of the things that I will forever say, it was an absolute 100% the best decision they could have made was I was not allowed to have a Facebook until I was in like 8th grade, and excuse me, and I had
Even
to
that
be,
is,
you know,
I'd say
friends
even
with
that
my
is low,
mom.
but yeah.
Like it was very limiting, very my exposure to social media and the internet was very limited.
I think social media should be as limited to people by age as drugs are.
Because especially nowadays, it's a drug.
Yeah, and
is
you
a
don't
drug
have
and
at
children are-
14, 8th grade, you're 14. You do not have the prefrontal cortex now to even understand what the repercussions are of what you're doing on there.
Mhm.
You give out your data as a 14-year-old on the internet. There are people preying on 14-year-olds on the internet. Specifically. I don't know. But yeah, she's run into a cult. She is describing how a cult acts. And she's
It's not
vulnerable and the cult exploits her. Sorry, go on.
necessarily a conscious thing where you're saying, oh, I'm going to change my gender so that I'll fit in. But it's like you have all of these kind of subconscious motivations that are saying, you know, and also things that are very overt. I mean, there are people in these communities who will say, if you don't like your body, that's a sign of gender dysphoria. If you don't fit in with other girls, that's a sign of gender dysphoria.
That's what I said.
If you don't,
Yeah,
it's just what I said. And this is
it's
how they
exactly what she said.
also tell autistic children so easily that, oh, you must be trans. Because what she just said, that fits for autists.
Mhm.
To a degree, even the body issue, because autists can be very, very, very picky about being touched. But that is because we are very sensitive on all our senses, including haptic senses, touch. It is painful. That's why we don't like to give hugs easily with other people. And is involuntary touching is like imagine every time someone pokes you, it stings like a wasp. Then you wouldn't want random touches either, and you might not eventually like your body because everything hurts all the time, because everybody wants to touch you all the time, like an overly attaching mother that wants to hug you all the time, and you just go into shock at some point, just to wait until it's over. That's what happens to some autistic kids, because the mothers do not have actual empathy and do not respect what their children need. They only want their hugs. Bit off topic, but there you go. They do prey on their autists.
like the way your voice sounds in a recording, that's a sign of gender dysphoria.
Hold on, I have to pause you there. If you don't like the way,
That's real.
Not one single person on Earth likes the way their voice sounds in a recording.
Exactly.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
I guess I'm
thank
trans
you.
now, you guys.
Yeah. This is exactly that. You do not like is one random aspect about yourself. You must be trans. This is what they did to JXE, because he didn't like the hair on his legs. Like, oh, what the fuck? Hair on your legs is a natural thing for women, by the way. That you don't like that, you're just obsessed with a certain standard of beauty. That's not dysphoria. And if you like that, if you need an excuse to shave your legs, go swimming, go cycling. Those men all shave their legs because you reduce friction with air or with water. My God.
Or shave them because you just don't like the hair.
Yeah, I mean, which I find understandable, honestly.
Hmm. Like there there were points, because I am a very hairy person. There were points while I was, in puberty, that I was just like, I hate how hairy I am. I wish I
Mhm.
was, smooth and didn't have a speck of hair on my body other than on my head. But
Oh,
I
do you
got
remember that scene from Malcolm in the Middle with the dad when his wife shaves him?
hmm
Because he has like super thick hair on his shoulders and back and everywhere, and so he's just standing naked in the middle of the living room for his monthly shaving. It's great. I can understand wanting to get
like-
rid of that because it's like it's horrible with clothes on.
yeah. And but it eventually, as I grew older, I got over that.
Yeah, and it's
Because
like, or if you have this, you have some body hair, but it is like just like this one flimsy streak down the center of your belly, but it's just this a few really dark hairs on light skin. Like that looks like that just looks shit. So just shave it off. There's body hair that can look good, but
mhm,
there's other body hair that just can look like that's just silly. It's understandable to want to get rid of that. That's not dysphoria. That's just that looks silly. do away with it.
It's a universal
Exactly.
experience.
Exactly. So you have these messages that as a teenager.
Oh yeah, here's the thing on that. Thanks for pausing.
Yeah.
You probably want to say something in a bit. Just caught with this. When I talked about this attraction force, where we know where we need to be. When I hear my voice, just as it is for looking in the mirror, my subconscious judges that by imagine it has this catalog of what is good, what is attractive. So for your self-confidence, but doesn't measure it by male standards, like, oh, that's a really good male voice. And I've got compliments from girls for my voice, which is nice. Or for that they want to hear me read stuff. It's amazing. I love to read stuff to people. But it's not a good voice for a girl. And the subconscious judges these things, all these aspects, by the other sex. So judges, you can be the best looking man in the world, but when your subconscious judges your looks or the sound of your voice by the framework of what you find attractive about the other sex, you will always be ugly. The interesting thing is, so we know where we need to be. So yeah, I have come to accept that yeah, my voice is actually okay for a man. My body pre-transition was objectively okay, especially when I had a six-pack. But it's just not. It just feels all wrong. So I was looking okay. I could see that. I was looking okay for a guy, and I knew where this needs, but I know where my body needs to be, how it needs to be. It doesn't need to be this perfection obsession like with dysmorphia. It's just this. You just need to get some markers, some more softness. You don't need to. It's not even that the full way would be great. What surprised me was when the hormone therapy set in and the brain normalization started, and I began to see just the first features, face softening and everything, fat redistributing somewhat around the body. This is this limbo state in between where there haven't been a lot of bodily changes. But it was already enough for my subconscious to think, you're not a looker, but this is okay. You won't win a beauty contest, but this is okay. I can live with that. This is fine. And this is why it's not body dysmorphia, because body dysmorphia would want perfection. And this is just, oh, I can be at peace with this. Even though it's in a limbo state, even. More would be better, but this is where it starts to be okay. And here we see how the trans activists, because they all don't have it, and we are much fewer than the trans activists, so they can dominate what is being said, what is being spread, and what is claimed to be true, and why they can sweep us under the rug so easily. And there are very few of us that speak out, because we don't actually want to be noticed. And I'm stuck in limbo for so long now, because before I spoke out, I wanted to finish my transition. Now, I'm just stuck in limbo for too long. All these children are at the point where they're already detransitioning. I want to do what I can to keep people from falling into this. Even though I'm having worse and worse weeks, I want to make at least a little bit of a difference. If I can keep one kid from making this really bad decision, because there's no proper diagnostic process behind that, and we'll get to that with her. She didn't have one. She didn't have a diagnostic process. Then I've achieved something. But yeah.
You don't really realize how universal it is, but you have these people and these posts and everything telling you that these are all signs of gender dysphoria. And so you have that these subconscious motivations, and you also have that overt kind of brainwashing that happens that encourages you to reinterpret everything in your life as a sign of gender dysphoria.
So the reinterpretation, I think, is really interesting. Did you grow up with a particularly solid worldview? You know, were you raised Christian, or were you raised with some particular political view, or not?
So I wasn't really raised Christian, although I did attend a Catholic school. My parents kind of lean conservative, and they were always suspicious of public schools. So I did start out going to a Catholic school, though we weren't really practicing in any way. And as for any kind of political view, I think I vaguely just tried to copy
that's the I have problems look.
talking about, but it obviously
that's the girl that has problems look. I mean, yeah. I definitely believe that she went through some painful times in her puberty. Not everyone has the rosy, flowery one, and I'm not a fan of Catholic schools. But at this point, I am less a fan of public schools. Much less. I have reflected back on my school days and here in Germany in our public schools, and only now I begin to realize just I had my problems back then, but just really actively reflecting, looking back at all the shit that happened there, and all the bullshit that the teachers did with us. It's atrocious. It's absolutely atrocious. And that there were accidents that were swept under the rug. There were actual abuse cases. Then we had, I would just say pedophile material on the curriculum that disguises itself as great literature. And I'm not talking about stuff from the 1600s. No, it's stuff written in the 90s. And it's just bullshit. And I bet if the sexes had been reversed, it wouldn't have been on the curriculum and gotten awards and the movie with Kate Winslet. Or that German teacher intern that wanted us, and he's not even, I know now, the intern isn't even allowed to give homework, but he did anyway. He gave us the homework for the next lesson to write a short story about how our penis talks with us for a day. And to the girls,
that
it was all, yes,
sounds like the idea of that occurring in a public school is mildly horrifying to me. I just like when you said that was the assignment, I was just blown away.
Yeah, I refused to do it. I got an F. I took the F. And since I didn't really had trust to talk with my parents, was bad mother, and she just badmouthed my father. So my father would have been the good parent to go to, but he was more or less terrified of my mother, so that I just believed it. I didn't know how to talk to him, so I didn't know that I would have had his back. And they were not divorced, but looking back, our family basically acted as if, which is really weird. But that on the side. So anyone who wants to blame the gender dysphoria on a broken family, go ahead. But this set in before any such problems were obvious to me. I had because the actual condition starts very early on. You start to have problems with it very early on, and when puberty begins to set in, and the mental things, the hormonal changes, the first ones, they happen way before 2 digits. That was already that. Then it becomes stronger, more obvious, even though you can't put a name to it. That happened much earlier. But there. So I didn't know who to go to, but I refused to write this because it was so undignified, and I had enough problems. I was not gonna write that shit. But you know what assignment he gave to the girls?
I hesitate to ask.
Well, apparently, and this is where the real sexism comes in. He did not give them the assignment to what it would be like if for a day their vaginas talk with them, because I guess he was embarrassed about that and wanted to respect the women's and not get into trouble, maybe. But instead, he gave them the assignment that they should just imagine they also had a penis and that would be talking with them. I don't know if that is worse or better. I think it's hypocritical, at least.
I
It's
have to
just
agree
disturbing.
with that.
And the actual teacher woman, sat in the classroom who was supervising him. She sat behind me. She didn't say a word. She found it funny. And of course, there were a couple kids that also laughed, but I don't know who else just refused to. I think with that F, I could have gone to, I don't know whom. But as a kid, I didn't know that I could. Because there was so much other crappy, weird stuff going on that, what the hell? So if you do not want to believe that teachers do creepy, weird sexual stuff with your kids outside of biology class, the actual science where any of the sexual education should remain, they do it long before the rainbow shit, just because they're creepy people. This guy was maybe in his mid-20s, and I think we were in 9th grade. Yeah, I think that was 9th grade. Yeah, not good times. Not good times. Tip of the iceberg.
As a child, like, you're not the one really having those views. So then I really didn't have like any kind of stable value system. So then when I was able to go into these online communities unsupervised, without the adults in my life kind of checking in, like, what is it you're doing on your computer for all those hours? Then I was just really vulnerable to internalizing these messages and these political views that are in these online spaces. And one of the things that's so alluring about them is, I think every teenager goes through a period where they want to kind of differentiate from their parents. They want to say, oh, mom and dad are, old fashioned, they're outdated, blah, blah, blah. That's pretty natural. But this.
Yeah, rebel phase is normal. And that's how many kids also end up in Antifa places. Yeah. They already, which is the same leftist spectrum. and you have your punk phase or something, and they especially those places, of course, encourage you to go against your parents, because they want you as an activist. And that means any other bond you have is, of course, bad. All your bonds should be with the ideology. So in the end, I would say, if you want to rebel against your parents, I don't know, if your parents are not metalheads, go into metal, make music, become video game addicted.
Yeah.
And I know this is really bad advice, but I would say, if you have to do something really stupid that ends up harming you, rather be video game addicted for a few years, because you can get out of that, than falling into this Tumblr crap. Rather become a Dark Souls speedrunner. That's better than the Tumblr crap. Any of the rainbow crap.
This kind of political worldview that you find in these online communities, it turns that feeling that you have of, oh, my parents suck, into like a radical political thing. It makes it feel so validated, so important. So that's also another reason why it just really appealed to me to adopt beliefs about gender and race and sexuality.
It's sort of the idea that you're a part of something bigger than yourself.
Yeah.
Which is...
And especially when you have abusive parents, this works even better.
Mm-hmm.
And here she's already bringing up, because it's not just the gender stuff. It's not just the you're trans now. It is now she's talking about the next phase. Yeah, now she's talking about the next phase. Do you want to increase your get to the next what was it called with Scientology?
Level?
Yeah. No, the Tetans are the things you want to get rid of, and you want to raise your OTA level or something. I forgot the names.
I don't know enough about Scientology to say one way or the other.
Yeah, but it is basically, now you have to accept the next level of the ideology, which is the beliefs about race, which then includes, you're white, that makes you a bad person. Even if you're trans, you're worse than other people because of your skin color. And then you have more self-hatred, which is gender dysphoria, according to them. Like, oh god, there's a connection here. Make the kids feel bad for being white, then they don't like themselves, and then they can tell them, oh, you don't like yourself, that is a sign of gender dysphoria, you need to transition. Now you castrate yourself chemically or even physically, and now you won't reproduce. Whoa. So, and honestly, people who believe that this is completely planned, I don't think it is. I think these are some of these parts, because of these absolute maniacs they are out there. They have these goals in mind. They're very crazy people. They're just as crazy as the people who believe in the flat earth. Just that people listen to them is the difference. And I think this is just things like this, systems like this, they just where you have these synergies. I think they just happen randomly, because this is too fucked up to be planned out beforehand. It's just shitty things that make people mentally unhealthy and vulnerable, and certain things then play into each other to realize the actual goal behind it of the people who pull the strings. So not everything
that my family didn't have.
Right. So you're in this world for 2 years, 3 years. At a certain point, you say, I am a boy, and I'm going to transition to be a boy. I'm not even sure that you would have been conscious of this mind to make you think that you were a boy.
It's a lot to unpack. I mean, it's something that's very heavily influenced by fantasy, by being constantly plugged into this kind of alternate reality that doesn't have a lot of basis in the physical world. So it's a lot of talking to other peers who are very creative. They're imagining these ideas, they're imagining these, what their future is going to look like, and just not really having any pushback against that from any of your peers. And so that just very easily, I feel, spirals out of control. And there's also this element of, when you are using social media and you're constantly scrolling it all day, you're just getting message after message after picture after idea kind of seeping into your mind. And when you don't have those good, stable relationships outside of the internet, it's really easy for that to all go unquestioned. So you can be.
So the sort of magical thinking, like the esoteric feminists had that's very similar to what she's describing, is she's basically inundated with, not only positive feedback from what she's probably posting about how she feels and how she wishes she could be a boy and feel normal and all that. And then there's also everybody else that's doing the same thing.
Yeah, so it's all self-reinforcing. And the difference to my escapism online was I was just playing Dungeons and Dragons with friends online.
Mm-hmm.
And that's also fantasy worlds, but we're aware it's fantasy worlds.
Exactly.
And there's an interesting tidbit about that. And other trans women who've been through that have similar to report, which is after years, I was told, and this was when I came out many, many years later, that I was then told that when I played female characters in fantasy roleplay, that I always came across natural and more free than I even am in normal conversation. While when I played male characters, it always seemed stocky and as if I didn't know what I'm doing. Like I failed at role playing male characters, while when I played female characters, it just seemed natural. And I think this may say something about my mentality as a man with gender dysphoria or a trans woman, that there is something going on.
But
so I doubt that she could play role play boys very well.
That's definitely a possibility. The other thing I think is we missed, and just thinking over this, I thought about that thought. This thought occurred is that it's probably not a negative fantasy. Like, even when you play pretend, even as a young kid, bad things still happen to you or to people.
Mm-hmm.
Like you sort of understand, like, negative, even in a fantasy world, negative things can still happen. And I doubt in this sort of fantasy world she's describing that there was any negative whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
It would not be allowed.
Yeah, because when children play pretend, that is this is simulation play.
Mm-hmm.
And then negative things can happen, and that is part of the story, of course. So whether they play Power Rangers or Saber Rider, and someone gets shot, then of course someone falls down. Okay, you got shot. The difference is, and this is healthy escapism, and as I said, a simulation. That's also where actual role-playing games originate from. They originate in psychological, in therapeutic role-play, where you're to assume the role of the other person. This was an attempt to create understanding and empathy, which is something I'll get to right away, because this sort of escapism with this false belief to be something that you're not, to have a condition that you don't have, must never be challenged. That makes it act like a narcissistic God persona, because the narcissistic God persona also is not allowed to be challenged ever, never to be questioned, never to be held to account, because it must never break. Because deep down, these people know that this is all bullshit. Maybe not consciously, but subconsciously. That is why they are so afraid of ever being criticized. And why they keep up making new rules that you have to abide by and subject yourself to, submit. Like, you have to respect my fantasy pronouns. And all of this other stuff. And if you don't, their fantasy starts falling apart. And this is why they hate us, the people with the actual condition. Because we are living proof that they have only made up a fantasy. And that fantasy they have induced into her so that she also believes in it, so that if she would be questioned about it, she would also basically act like a narcissist whose fantasy of perfection is questioned, while she believed in being a boy. So she's not a narcissist. Narcissists don't have empathy. But this vulnerability drew her into this narcissistic collective.
Begin to form beliefs that don't stand up to scrutiny and would easily kind of fall apart if you were to verbalize them to someone who is actually critical of those ideas but engaging you in a compassionate way. You're able to just carry those ideas with you and make decisions based off of them, when in reality the ideas themselves, like, they don't make sense. They're not founded in reality. So for me, it was a lot of stuff just based on fantasy, based on literally just pictures that I was seeing all the time of cute boys, and then these messages that were saying, you know, your life is going to be so much better if you transition. You are trans. The reason you don't fit in with other girls is because you're trans. So it's really this stew, this big complicated stew of unreality that young people fall into when they're just scrolling all day on social media, and don't have pushback, really.
That
That was
technological
your snake oil.
So they talk about the tech a little bit more here. I'm just skipping ahead so we can hopefully get through most of this, if not all of it.
Yeah, sorry that I take so long with my explanations.
No, it's fine. Just I'm hoping to get through most, if not all of this, because there's one point when I really want to, I think, is going to
what
be...
got stuck in my head is how she got her hormones. That I still remember, because that is absolute insanity and shows just that this is driven by very evil people that have nothing, that do not care about the science.
That was absolutely another piece of this that stuck in my head, and the fact that we get that document, though, that we can go through.
Basically,
very smart
connection to the physical world. Now we're talking about the metaverse. You know, Facebook. Really insightful point. So you go into Tumblr, you spend your whole day scrolling. You're being, you don't have really friends outside of the internet, but the reaction online.
I had a small group of friends, but they were all also using this website, Tumblr. So it was still like our friendship was very mediated, weirdly, through the social media that we were using. But yeah, my parents definitely, I told my mom.
That's, I think, an unexpected consequence that we're starting to see now of social media.
Which, I'm sorry, I zoned out for a second. I was looking for a drink.
The idea that the idea of friendship mediated through social media. Like
I don't know.
Like young children aren't actually like building real connections with one another, or because they can't, because if they do, their friends will post about them on Facebook or Instagram.
Yeah, this is a thing that social media mostly went past me, because this was a part of the internet that I just couldn't relate to, because it is what normal people do in real life, but they're doing it online. and I am an autist. I do autistic things. Gossip is not part of that. All these normal people interactions that have very little information, and it's just an exchange of emotions, which is what social media mainly is. It's just like, this is a waste of time. I do not understand, why are they doing this. I don't get anything out of that. So basically, that whole part of the internet is an enigma to me. And for autists, the internet and making friends on the internet is a very positive thing, I would say, because we, at least that's what it was back in the day, and still is to a large degree, is information exchange mainly in text, in chat, which is what autists excel with, because we mainly exchange information. If people normally talk with each other, I think it's 93% is non-verbal information, facial expressions, tone, inflection, gesticulation, all of that stuff. That's 93% of your communication with each other. If you've ever been invited or taken with as a kid to your aunt or granny having coffee with her other granny friends, the way they gossip is unbearable, because they talk for an hour or two and say nothing. For an autist, for you, that may be boring. For an autist, that is absolute torture. Because when maybe you get this out of my autistic ramblings, I mainly try to convey information and try to understand. That's so this is not a thing where I ask a lot of questions, because this is mainly something where I talk about stuff that I know. But we try to exchange information. That's also the difference between a narcissist rambling and an autist rambling. An autist talks a lot because he wants to get across information to be understood, or to ask you more, where am I wrong? Can you give me more information? I want to understand. I want to comprehend. It's a logical thing. While the narcissist truly talks a lot to hear himself talk and put himself up as the attention in the room, while maybe not even saying much. And there are therapists who are too dumb to see the distinction between the two. So the internet for autists is a great thing, especially talking with other autists about on a similar level of intelligence, or with higher intelligence autists, even about topics of interest. That is amazing. That is a really great information exchange. And then you have people writing pages upon pages, and they read it. They read each other's pages of text. And normal people would just, that's too much text, fuck off.
TLDR.
Yes. And autists tend to have problems making TLDRs because, well, but I still need to mention this little tidbit and that little tidbit and that nuance so that you understand what I'm actually saying. Because when I say the TLDR, you may get the wrong idea because I'm leaving out so much that you may misinterpret it. That's why many autists have this issue. And since the PTSD, I have this problem again because I worked on it pretty well. I could keep myself short eventually. And since the PTSD, this is completely out the window. I can't do it anymore. It pisses me off because that, of course, makes it very troublesome to get your problems across to people who want to or are supposed to help you, because they don't have time to read 30 pages. They need a TLDR. So for autists, internet friends, good thing. Because finding other autists that you even resonate with is difficult. Because just because there's another autist doesn't mean you like that guy and your interests may be completely not congruent at all, have no overlap, and then it's just then the other guy is just irrelevant. You are irrelevant to each other because you have no information to exchange. Autists like to exchange information with other people. And normal people like to exchange emotions with other people. That is the most extreme I can put it. So social media is an exchange of emotions. And look at what stuff I have. Look at my lunch. Look at my cat. Look at my car. Look at my stupid hair. Autist is less likely to do that kind of stuff. And I think since the internet, I see the internet as an information exchange tool. I do not think that this normal people stuff, the social media stuff, is a good thing for normal people. That this is what disrupts us as a society, and what creates this vulnerability to being manipulated by those who control the social media. Because, as I said, it is about emotional exchange. That is not rational thinking. You need, in order to criticize and question, you need rational thought, which is why autists also don't do very well in hierarchies. Because autists, you put something before them that has a logical error in it, and government propaganda or some cult bullshit may have logical errors in it, and then the autist will ask a question that the one who makes the propaganda, who makes up the lie, doesn't want to hear. Autists don't work well in the military for that reason. You give an order and the autist thinks, that makes no sense. Yeah, authority problems. We're rogue elements. There are some who work better in that, of course, but generally, I'm sorry, I don't know where to stop here.
It's fine. Let's keep going.
Mom about my intention to transition, and she understandably did not take it well. But our relationship was already a bit strained at that point. So I just don't feel like we were communicating very effectively. And her response, which was really a lot of anger, that actually made me a little bit more resistant. It made me more steadfast in my conviction that being trans was the right thing. So yes, about 2 weeks after my 18th birthday,
that is not a boy,
did make an appointment at a Planned Parenthood clinic, because at the time there wasn't as many clinics as there are now. So I had to actually
boys don't want to look like that
to go to a Planned Parenthood because they were one.
Can you bring up that last picture again?
Yep.
So, actual trans men, women with gender dysphoria, so that are mentally male, have male interests, all of that stuff, they don't want to look like this. This is the social justice warrior uniform. This is the cult uniform. This shit always looks the same. So that they all look individual and different, but they really all look the same. Just like all punks look the same. Yeah, one has green hair, the other has red hair. The other next has, nowadays they also have blue hair and purple hair. Okay, but what they all have in common is they have colored hair in unnatural colors, in weird hairstyles, in look at me hairstyles. A real boy, a real trans man, is unlikely to want to look like this. A real trans man would have a normal haircut, let's say, not this look at me stuff. A trans man would have, due to the same insecurities that we have and embarrassments about how we look, not want to stand out. What we want is to blend in. This doesn't look like it wants to blend in, this look. And but this is the uniform of the Tumblr cult. That they say, oh, you need to look like this. Trans men look like this. No, they don't. They don't. A passing trans man you don't notice. And there was on a medieval market a couple of years ago. There was a what do you call that? Jewelry smith, making like little force hammers and such. And with his shirt off, looked like a man, completely like a man. The only way that you could tell that this was a trans man was because the
The
what was
scars.
it? Not the scars of the
Surgery.
mastectomy were still visible, and otherwise this was a guy completely. And fitting hairstyle for medieval market, like this, he looked like a guy. If he didn't have the scars, and there's some salve that you can use for it to help heal. They may not go away completely, but but he looked good, looked fine, and was doing a basically male profession. He was a metalsmith. Do you think this person, had she stayed this route, would have become something like a metalsmith?
Probably not. No.
Yeah.
I would say this person would probably be a teenager or like some form of political activist. Maybe even just like, if I had to, low performing indie singer, like trying to break into indie rock or something.
All I see is just a butch lesbian. I can't.
No.
Picture this
No,
as a guy at all.
Butches look have a more I don't know how to say this nicely. Butch lesbians tend to look not
Uglier.
pretty. Yes. Yeah. I'm sorry.
wrong.
It is just like that, and they also, the SJWs, the Tumblrites, they also try to tell the butch lesbians that they are trans men because they're ugly. So they don't say that because they're ugly, but why are they trying to tell all the butch lesbians specifically that they are men? Because that is already the insults butch lesbians got throughout their lives. So there's nothing ever has been so insulting, demeaning, undignified, and, to use a word that the SJWs brought themselves, erasing as the SJWs. I think they have brought the most damage about anyone under this disgusting rainbow flag. I am not scared by neo-Nazis as much as I am by the leftist mob for not saying what they want to hear.
Mm-hmm.
With the neo-Nazis, I know where the line is drawn. And I honestly have the neo-Nazis have much different goals and targets where I am not even on the radar. But the leftist mob, holy shit! I am their main target because I speak against their ideology and I have the actual condition. That's why they invented weird names for us like medicalist or true scum. And the definitions of those change all the time, so I don't even bother anymore. But imagine calling someone, just imagine that for someone who wants to talk about the actual science behind the condition that you have, or that person has, and for that you try to slander that person with the title true scum. You are scum because you speak the truth. Can you be any more Orwellian? This is not a 1984 term? Or sound like one?
It very much does.
So truth scum That's a really weird insult to have in the first place, because you're pretty much outright admitting that your opponent is the one telling the truth.
Yeah, and as I said, there's different definitions about that. Like allegedly, true scum entails people who or trannies who demand that you have your genital operation in order to be trans. That I do not see across the board. Maybe those people exist, but I am not part of that. I just speak about the actual condition, and my definition of what makes trans is you have to have gender dysphoria. That's what makes the condition. You can snip around on your body as much as you want, but all that makes you is a body modification fetishist. There are autogynephiles and other things that want to do these things. They obsess over a specific body part or bodily function of the other sex and get a hard on for imagining that they have that. Some of those believed to be trans women, for example, and you can see in their focus on what they have operations on, in what order, or where they stop, that they are just that and not actually had gender dysphoria ever. Mainly when they do anything else but a facial feminization. Because when you just do the boobs and then for like 3, 4, 5 years you never do the face, like what the fuck? What people look at is the face first. Oh god. There's a couple of those on YouTube, on BreadTube even.
So speaking of BreadTube, what do you think so I've noticed that quite a few BreadTubers have come out trans. What do you think was the start of that?
All fake. Some of them have admitted to not have had gender dysphoria at all, and they can do that safely now because they have the quantity of people. Like to every one of us, there is at least 100, if not 1,000 of them. And so they try to get rid of the necessity of gender dysphoria to even be relevant to be able to call yourself trans, which is why they also justify. This is how they also justify that everybody who diverts from the sex stereotype, the gender stereotype, as they say, to be trans. That's why they tell tomboys that because they have male interests, that they're trans. Because a woman that's interested in traditionally or statistically male interests cannot be allowed. That has to be a man now. So the old conservatives would tell the tomboy, you played football in the mud again with the boys. You need to change your behavior. You need to be knitting and cooking. While the gender ideologues nowadays will tell the tomboy, oh, you played football in the mud with the boys. You must be a boy. You must transition. You must change your body instead of your mind.
Yes. And SJWs wonder why TERFs exist.
Yeah. And this is the horrible thing is that I am agreeing much more with TERFs than the SJWs. Isn't that ironic?
Yes, it's like these two ideologies just can't coexist because the whole foundation of feminism is that women can do anything men can do. But then the SJWs are like, oh no, if women do the same thing men do, then they're trans.
Yeah, then they're men. And this is how basically the gender ideologues show that they very much believe the hardest in the very gender stereotypes that they claim they are fighting against and deconstructing. Instead, they are just using those to tell people you are trans, you must transition, you must castrate yourself. So it's false advertising on every level. This ideology is false advertising on every fucking level. maybe if you're just crazy enough, if you have too many crazy contradictory things, then your crazy chaotic nonsense won't fall apart anymore. Is that what's going on? I don't know.
There are
Anyhow.
now. So I had to actually travel to another state to go to a Planned Parenthood because they were one of the only ones offering this informed consent model, which is really the easiest way to get hormones.
So you went into Planned
Big
Parenthood.
quotation
You
marks.
said,
Yeah.
Big quotation marks on informed consent.
Yeah.
Like none of
Identifying
these
as a boy.
SJWs know anything about what a transition, even just a hormonal transition, even does to your body.
Yeah,
You
why
can
would a-
listen to the thing where JX was on the Sitch and Adam show, and he didn't know anything. He believed that the hormones, they just make your skin a bit softer, and that's it. Like, oh god.
grow boobs and have mood swings. There you go.
What?
I was gonna say grow boobs and have well, not mood swings, but just personality changes.
Well, not personality changes, but you are more emotionally open.
Yeah, emotional.
She'll get into that here in a minute,
Yeah.
actually.
Oh yeah. Also, so why would an abortion clinic have even have hormones?
Because Planned Parenthood has an agenda that it
Yeah,
likes
do you
to
know about
push.
the historical background of Planned Parenthood?
Yes, I actually found out about it recently from Thomas Sowell. Yeah, apparently
That's
it was,
creep shit, man.
yeah,
Yeah,
racially
they're not just offering abortions to the women who really need it. They want to sell as many abortions as possible because they want population reduction. Originally, they wanted
to black
to
populations. I said especially to black populations.
Yeah,
Exactly.
originally. Now they just want everyone to just die out as much as possible. And that is why it perfectly fits that Planned Parenthood would mostly freely, hand out hormones that would castrate women. Because then they can't even get pregnant. It's the best contraceptive for population control ever.
Mm-hmm.
I think that I'm a boy. Did they say, okay, well, you've got to go talk to some therapists for some period of months or years, or did they say, here are the pills, lady, go, here are the pills, sir, go have a good day?
Should be a year.
Pretty much here, it's not even pills, it's injections. Here are the injections, sir. Yeah, my appointment took about an hour. The first maybe 20 minutes or so was a short back and forth between the social worker that I met at the Planned Parenthood. And actually, if you read my Substack.
What the fuck does a social worker know about this super complex condition? Like, the first things that you should do when you go about, hey, can we diagnose this? I think I may have this. Because self-diagnosis is not a diagnosis. It's a claim. And you can have suspicions about having this or that thing going on with you. Because, yeah, of course, that's why you go to the doctor. And then the doctor refers you to a specialist for that thing to make sure, do you have this or do you not? So maybe you do have a problem, but maybe your problem is something different. And you're mistaking this thing you've heard about for that. But now we have a lead. And we have a differential diagnosis that it's not the thing that you came for, but it is something. And we are now trying to find out what that is. And with gender dysphoria, one thing that you should do right at the start is physical checkups. Do blood work, because we need to see, are your hormones in where they should be for a man or a woman? Is there an anomaly going on? Because you might have complete androgen immunity syndrome. Those girls sometimes have male interests, and they have a Y chromosome, and they do produce, but they're just completely immune to the testosterone. We have just one broken receptor, complete androgen immunity syndrome, just nothing. And they have lowered estrogen levels. Like, I think they only produce half of it because the estrogen does not have to compete with any testosterone for endocrine receptors, because that also happens. Some of the testosterone also docks onto there are some neutral receptors, let's say. Endocrinology is a very complicated matter. I am not very deep in it, and endocrinology isn't very deep in endocrinology. Endocrinology is one of these fields where we have barely scratched the surface. That is black magic, essentially. If you want to write papers, if you want to make your life money on writing papers, go into endocrinology. That is basically the Mariana Trench of biology. And so we check, what are your hormone levels? Do you have any other problems? So we check your vitamin levels. So if you complain about problems and depression because of everything, okay, maybe you have low vitamin D and B12 levels. That can also cause depressive symptoms. We check your karyotype. So we check, do you have something going on with your chromosomes? So those things, hormones need to be all right. The other stuff needs to be all right. Karyotype needs to be all right. Because if any of those is fucked up, you may not have gender dysphoria. And if your karyotype is fucked up, you do not have gender dysphoria. You have an intersex condition. Intersex conditions are not gender dysphoria. They are completely distinct from that, or at least categorized distinct, because that is another part of biology gone wrong. You will make an ultrasound to check, do you have any weird organ developments going on? Do you have a gonad that didn't drop or didn't fully develop and causing you some weird things going on? Do you have some are you a male but you have some undeveloped uterus in there? This very rare condition. They're usually benign, but it's something that also needs to be noted. Would count as an intersex condition, not gender dysphoria. And so we go on and on and on and on and check all these other things. We make physiological differential diagnoses, and we know that it's none of those. Then we go on and go to therapy and check, psychotherapy, and check, okay, physically everything seems to be right with you. Let's check out what's going on in your head. Because we can't just throw hormones at you and snip around on your body, because if we would be wrong about that, we would be malpractitioning on you. This would be medical abuse. And if you detransition, that would just be proof of that. And then you go through the pain and the stress. Your body goes through the stress of transitioning twice. And that will also lower your life expectancy. So what people like JXE, for example, do not talk about and do not know, the high estrogen levels also increase your risks for osteoporosis. Quite so. And since you mentioned breast development, yes, the estrogen lays the foundation of that for the big development, of course, the fatty tissue that makes actual cup sizes. You also need progesterone, which the female body only produces during menstruation, which our body simply can't. We do not have the organs to produce that stuff at all. So we also need to supplement that and simulate that. However, what people like JXE, because they have absolutely no clue about anything and also admit that they don't read anything that is sent to them, which he also admitted several times in that interview with Adam and Sige, we have I believe it was 8 times increased risk for breast cancer than compared to normal women. That is fun, isn't it? 8 times. That's something you need to know beforehand. This is a risk you are taking in exchange for potentially, hopefully, reducing your gender dysphoria. If you have gender dysphoria, which the lack of a diagnostic process doesn't even check if you have that. And if you throw a therapy on someone that you don't even know what that person has, it's malpractice from the get-go. Because then you're just throwing random stuff at the patient and see what sticks. And then it doesn't solve the problem? What the fuck are you doing? So informed consent, you have to be able to weigh out the risk factors. So I did make the informed decision of, okay, 8 times increased risk for breast cancer compared to women, not to men, because some men do have breast cancer. It's just very rare. But no, the level that women have times 8. Yeah, that's a lot. But I'm willing to risk that. Okay, that is informed consent on that one issue. And then what are the other issues that you don't even know about? And what does this? It's why I say, what does a fucking social worker know? This whole condition requires so much knowledge. And that is why taking a year to just talk about it in a leisurely manner, because this has to persist. The therapist has to make sure not just that the backstory fits how this condition runs, like it started in early life, and all these other little facets, but also that your patient isn't just telling you a story that was made up and learned by heart, which is what the trans activists on Tumblr and Discord do. They tell children, tell this and this and this to your therapist, because that's what he wants to hear in order to give you a diagnosis. That is really evil. Because then the therapist can't make a proper diagnosis, actually, because he's fooled. You're just playing an act. And that means you also won't know what your actual problem is. Because if you had the real condition, your therapist would see it. You don't need to fool your therapist. Then you're just going to harm yourself that way.
Piece. I wrote a Substack piece about basically my whole journey. I show these questions that the social worker asked me, and they're
so this is the document that I think both you and I mentioned earlier, Wisp. This is what Planned Parenthood essentially gave her to
social work, a social worker form.
Yeah.
This is not okay. This is not medical science. A social worker is not a doctor, is not a therapist, is not an endocrinologist. A social worker is basically a bum. That's some random douche. And yes, I know they need to study for 3 years in Germany, and they don't even get a student loan for that shit, and then get into a completely underpaid profession. But these people don't know anything.
No, it's
nothing,
not within their
really.
purview to know. They're there to assist you in, moving. They're there to assist people in either transitioning from one period of life to another, like an old elderly person moving from like a like living on their own to an assisted living area, or they manage like kids within the foster system. At least that's what they do here in America. But they don't know, and they should not be allowed to write down anything regarding this. Like, this should not be in any way.
Yeah, and in Germany, I'm sure there is good social worker somewhere out there. I had similar luck with them as with therapists, because due to the severe PTSD, there are times when I can't even go outside for a long time because I just my legs are pulling. That's not just a lack of workout. That's just you have one of these fat breakdowns, and you don't want these on the street. You don't want these when you cross the street. And I've been. It's. I'm sorry, it's hard to talk about that. So I basically got social workers to help me get contacts for new therapists, to look for private ones for once. I was willing to, with the little money I have, to pay for that, because maybe those are better than the public ones that would be covered by the health insurance. Because when it's too bad, you don't care about the money anymore. You just okay, then I don't eat for a day or two, but at least I may get real help. That's more important, because you don't want an endless hell. You want a hell with an end. In one case, I even got I think he had a higher position in the company, and allegedly had a trauma specialization from the German Association for Trauma stuff. Don't remember the exact name, can look it up. But he never talked with me about trauma, and he didn't take any of the trauma shit seriously. He even, knowing ahead of time when my medication, the hormones and everything, would be running out, and I couldn't go out because it was for me the worst time of the year. This is the time where the actual stuff happened. So it gets much harder. Everything gets much harder. Flashbacks are more likely and all of that shit. And he just let my meds run out. He didn't get any new ones. And left me there with, I couldn't even contact anyone. I couldn't answer the door. And I was without medication for a month. Until my father, with whom I had reconnected a few years ago, or rather, you could even say connected for the first time, which is a really sad thing to say when you lived under the same roof for 20 years. Came here from half the country away, and helped me get down the stairs and drove me to the doctor, because I need to show my health insurance card. I need to scan that for a proper bureaucracy here, to get my meds again. And I can tell you, when you are, or at least for me, when the testosterone blockers, when those ran out, and it took a few, and after about a week, the testosterone started coming back. That was a hell of a ride, because testosterone also makes you stoic at some point, but before it makes you stoic, the anger comes. And that is horrible. That is absolutely horrible. When you're already torn apart from the PTSD, and you are more emotional anyway from the elevated estrogen, and now this stuff is happening. Effectively, that was physical harm out of neglect, what they did. And yeah, that's social workers in Germany. I didn't know what to do after that. Fuck social workers. So I bet there are good ones, but fucking hell, this wasn't the only horrible case. This profession in Germany is so fucking corrupt and incompetent. It is unbelievable. It is a giant waste of tax money. Full of narcissists and other abusive types. Often covert and passive aggressive. They do not respect any of your problems, no matter how severe they are. That this guy thought, and this is the only thing I can imagine, that this guy thought that I was just faking everything, and tried this reverse psychology or whatever, leaving me on my own so that I would fetch the meds on my own. Like, that is not what happened. I would if I could have. This whole profession needs to be cleaned up, and these people need to be just as much screened before they get into these jobs as therapists need to be psychologically screened. You cannot have emotionally immature people in care professions for other people, because emotionally immature people cannot help others. This company once sent a mentally, and I mean this, mentally retarded woman here, who was low IQ. you would imagine this. She was mentally disabled. You would expect that woman to be in one of these work facilities for the mentally disabled, where they like paint wooden blocks for children's toys or something they can't mess up too much and don't hurt themselves. They sent that woman to me, and how's that woman supposed to help me with anything? I feel like I have to watch out for this woman. I do not blame that woman. She didn't even know what the fuck was going on. She just wanted to help someone. But you can't send someone like that to someone with severe PTSD. That is insane. That is more stress for me.
Mhm.
And it's just unbelievable. I bet they only have her in that company in the first place to get some token money from the state for some disabled quotas. But even if you did that, just keep her as the coffee lady. Let her do something that she actually can't mess up. Don't send her to someone with severe PTSD who's on the brink of a breakdown. Like, fucking hell. I'm sorry for the distraction, but these jobs are so broken. What I see here is it lists sex assigned at birth. Sex is not assigned at birth. It is assessed. Clean up your language, America. Doctors assess you. They don't assign. Like, does anyone assign a disease to you? Or is it diagnosed? Is it assessed?
Like, I was more in just reading these responses, like, what do you know about hormone therapy? What are you hoping hormone therapy will do for you? Patient was well versed and knowledgeable about hormone therapy. Patient reports he has thought about using hormones for some time, especially over the last 2 years. Patient states that turning 18 is why he was able to start the process. So
that
in
doesn't
this
tell me
entire
whether the patient actually knows anything. What is the
exactly.
checklist?
Like,
Yes, there needs to be a checklist. What do you know about hormone therapy? Oh, the patient knew more about hormone therapy than I. Yeah, you probably, because you, the social worker, probably don't know anything about hormone therapy.
Who knows about your plans to start hormones? Patient states that he is out to everyone and identifies as trans. Patient states that he has told one friend, so one person knows that she is about to basically devastate her body chemistry.
Yeah. And is also connected to online communities for support. This sounds a bit different than what we've heard in the interview. Because in the interview, we've heard it's only online.
Yeah.
And identifies as trans is already the issue.
She mentioned that she had real life friends, but that her friends in real life were also basically members of the cult. So
at that point, yeah.
Yeah. Do you live with other people? If with others, does it feel like a safe place to transition? Consider coping methods if they do not know or maybe have negative reaction. Patient does live with his family, however, he's going to college in Columbus in 2 days. Patient states that his family is not supportive of his transition. However, he does not indicate that his mother and father have started to come around more. They refuse to identify him by his preferred name and pronoun in the home and with family, but have made a commitment to do so at college. Patient feels that once his family sees how truly happy he is, this is once he transitions, they will come around to be more supportive. So this is just not. This is not
gobbledygook. It's
yeah,
complete gobbledygook.
Like this is not. Does this person have a?
There's no statement about gender dysphoria. No question about symptoms. Are you suffering? What is your how do you feel? What is this? What is this feeling that you have? This problem that you have?
This is just whole thing
crap.
Is just like isn't a oh well these are all the things that can happen while on hormones, Do you have people around you that you can inform about these, that can take you to the hospital or can assist you if you can't dose yourself? Like,
This is
any
basically just checking, can we transition this person without a problem?
Yes,
It's
exactly.
not asking, does this person have the medical condition? It's just checking, can we transition this person?
Psychological work, to say the least.
Yeah.
And something that was further above, identifies as trans. That is not something we tend to do. If you do this, so I hate the term identify. This is bullshit. The term needs to die in this context. But we do not identify as trans. We see ourselves because we are inside mentally the other sex. We do not see ourselves as trans. We are, but that's not the relevant part. That's not. So we are technically, that's the condition. But from the question of being, that's what's inside. That's your personality, your mind, your if you want to call it soul or whatever, your mind. That is man or woman, male or female. It's not trans. In my mind, I'm not trans. Trans is the condition because of the shit that my body is broken. But yeah, I went over that. And it's hard to find the right words for this. But so when someone identifies as trans, it's likely not gender dysphoria. It's likely not a real trans person. It's someone from the gender cult. Okay.
And if you read these, like, they don't. Why hormones now? Like, do you work and
The
or
why
go to
hormones now
school?
is okay, but it's a bit why is the past should also be explained.
Yeah. Like, aside from hormones, are there other changes you're considering or thinking about making? Do you date or have a partner? Like, why? These are things that are relevant, but
those are questions that would come up in therapy at some point.
Yeah, exactly. These aren't, and they're worthy of more than just a blurb.
Yeah, you do not go through all of these in 1 hour. You take 1 hour for each of these.
She said the entire appointment took 20 minutes. Like, when she describes
you can't
this
even
process,
say this much
about
in
20 minutes.
You listen to me, to my ramblings. You can't say all this shit in 20 minutes. I bet some of these are just macros that are just copy pasted in.
Oh, probably.
I had this short interview in
like this one. How were you thinking about coping with stressors from the changes you will experience? Like, that sounds like it would be a continuous question or like,
this is something you need to monitor.
Exactly.
And the first sentence is already not an answer. It's just a claim, a fantasy. Patient states that he feels like he will be much happier. That is not an answer to the question. Absolutely not. That is your fantasy. Patient states that he has struggled with depression currently and in the past. Also irrelevant. That's not an answer to the question. Oh, how are you thinking about coping with this? Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's not an answer to the question. Patient states that this summer was tough for him with depression and suicidal thoughts. Not an answer to the question. Patient states that since he has been able to make this appointment, his depression has already started to improve. Still not an answer to the question. Patient expects that his whole life will be quite different and he will be very happy when he starts to change. Not an answer to the question. You completely failed this assignment. This is an F in answering this question. What the hell?
And it brings up a good question about the first question, like, it brings up an interesting thing about the first question that was asked, which was, like, are you informed about hormones? Like, do you know what this stuff is going to do? But this one question and this answer says that she probably has no idea. And if the idea of this is true, that this only took about 20 minutes, is that the social worker did not inform her of anything that would happen to her and to her body and to her body chemistry
And she
when
has
she
no
began
coping
these
strategies.
injections.
She has no coping strategies. If you have depressive symptoms, also physical checkups and therapy. Are the depressive symptoms the result of you thinking to be trans, or are they the product of something else? Do you even know what gender dysphoria feels like? No, she doesn't, because she's just been told to mistake things for gender dysphoria. And this Planned Parenthood is not checking for that. They just go about this belief, this induced belief that this physical therapy, medical therapy, chemical therapy may improve her. There's no proof of that. There's no diagnosis. It's just a claim. Like, imagine that this form would not about getting hormones to treat your gender dysphoria and transition. Imagine this would be about cancer and getting chemotherapy.
Mm-hmm.
Just imagine that.
It would never happen. Never happen.
Yeah, but if this was the process to get chemotherapy for cancer, and then the actual cancer patients would have to wait in line while you poison yourself.
Patient denies any current suicidal intent, suicidal ideation, plan, or intent. Patient states that his most recent thought was about 2 weeks ago.
That kind of still sounds like it's recent.
That's very recent, and then states very suicidal over the summer. And now that he's started transition, his depression is significantly improving.
He hasn't started transitioning.
He's
just
getting what
thinking
she
about
wants.
getting it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's getting what she wants, and suddenly she's happier.
Yeah, that already states this is a placebo reaction.
Exactly.
And I can tell you, I was not getting any better just from the idea of getting it. Yes, I had some relief when I had the recipe in my hand to get the meds. And then the meds had to be ordered, and so on and so on and so on. And but there was no relief until I had the actual thing in my hand, because it was such a long fight for me. I had to fight for 3 years to get this shit, and I have the actual condition. This girl just goes to Planned Parenthood and gets the meds handed to her in 20 minutes.
Intake process with the social worker, and then she came back in and said, you're deep psychological work, to say the least.
Yeah.
So I had this short interview intake process.
Okay, so I wanted to read
also
this
great.
last one too.
Men can't have depressions. Cool.
Hey. How do you handle depression when you get sad? How do you handle anger when it happens? Patient states that he feels he will be able to manage his emotions.
That's not an answer.
That's not an answer. A statement will significantly, I guess, improve. Is
also he feels that he'll be able to.
Yes. Feels that his mood will significantly improve. The patient doesn't feel that his mood will significantly improve. The patient believes it's magical. It's a magical belief. It is faith. Also, there's this shows that this form that Planned Parenthood has absolutely no bloody clue about psychology. Depression and sadness are not the same. These two words should not appear in the same sentence. Depression is not sadness. Sadness is not depression. Depression is a very, very distinct state of mind. It is basically imagine having the flu without the snot and the coughs. But you have an increased body temperature, your joints ache because your pain threshold is lowered, and you just don't want to move. Because depression is essentially your body, your brain realizing, okay, we're too exhausted. We need to stay down. We need to sleep this out. Like, fuck this shit, whatever's going on. We can't do this in this world nowadays because we need to go to our jobs every day. But a depression is basically trying to get you into hibernation mode. It's like a fake cold to keep you down. And to get out of a depression, there's very specific things you need to do, like light workouts, get out of sunlight, get positive social contacts, and real life social contacts, not online social contacts. And that is how you battle depression, actual depression. And this thing here, the Planned Parenthood has no bloody clue. And the answer is also completely useless. It's just all belief. How do you handle anger when it happens? I feel that I will be able to manage this emotion that I have never had experienced before. What the fuck? Even with this form, if you took this form seriously, with these answers, you would fail. These answers are a failure. Even if this pathetic form would be a real thing, a real hurdle, these answers would not have gotten you across the hurdle. And this just makes it even more obvious that Planned Parenthood is just there to act as if they do something formal that looks formal, like a formal process, but actually they're not doing anything. This is just a fig leaf to pretend that they are actually doing some sort of official process, but in reality, they're just handing it out to everyone.
If you ask, they will give it to you.
Worker, and then she came back in and said, you're the perfect candidate for testosterone, let's get you started. And so I moved on to the nurse practitioner, and the nurse practitioner went over.
So a nurse practitioner, not even a real doctor. So a nurse practitioner is essentially a nurse,
that can prescribe with doctoral oversight.
Yes, so she's they tend to be a bit better trained, and they can assist with diagnosis, but they usually work with their like head nurses and like bosses.
Yeah, so she can't do a diagnosis on her own.
Exactly. She should not be able to, at the very least.
I'm already at the point where I say shut down Planned Parenthood. For this trans shit that they're pulling.
Over a very short list of risks with me.
Okay, so this isn't.
Oh, so you didn't know the problems of hormone therapy. You do the questionnaire before, then you get informed about risk factors?
Apparently.
This is so broken. This is so broken.
See, masculine hormone therapy is a medicine.
Very understated. It said things like you may have mood issues, which is like that's not a way over.
Sorry, can you zoom in on this, like full screen?
Let me
because here's some really interesting stuff. Hey, this perfectly fits on the window. Okay.
Masculinizing hormone therapy is medicine that can be used as part of your gender transition process. The medicine is called testosterone.
Oh God, this is written in such a retarded way.
Before taking testosterone, you need to know the most common benefits, risks, side effects, and other choices you have. Your voice will come deeper. You may grow a mustache or beard. Hair on your body will be thicker and grow faster. Your clitoris will get bigger. Your muscles may get bigger and stronger. You'll probably stop having a period. You will notice less fat on your buttocks, hips, and thighs, and more on your belly. Okay, so that's just general physical changes.
That's okay so far. What are the risks? Increase your red blood cell count. Yeah, do you explain why that is bad?
No, does not look like it. Increased amount of fat and or cholesterol in the blood.
Do you explain why that is bad?
Increased chance of getting diabetes. I mean, that feels
that
one feels self-explanatory, but
yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Harm to the liver. Again, that one's a little self-explanatory, but I think people need to be a little bit more informed on that one.
The liver thing is generally an issue when you take a lot of medication because it has to process all of that crap.
Yeah. The risk testosterone may be higher for people who smoke, are overweight, have family history of heart disease.
Yeah, that's why we talked about the cholesterol, you fucking idiot. And there may be long-term risks that we don't know about. It doesn't even tell, this form doesn't tell that the deeper voice is a permanent change. I think people should know that.
Mm-hmm. And then there's acne, thicker and more oily skin. The hair on your head may get thinner or fall out. Mood changes, increased sex drive, vaginal dryness.
That you get male pattern baldness. I would need to look that up because that sounds odd. Because there's a difference between female pattern baldness and male pattern baldness. Female pattern baldness is just an ellipsis from the top of the forehead, and that goes into the back. That it's very easy to comb over. But I thought that is genetically predisposed where your hair is going to fall out and where not. That is not hormonally affected. The way that your hair loss is initiated by testosterone, which is why female pattern baldness starts after menopause. I would be surprised if trans men would start to have male pattern baldness. This is something that confuses me. That I can't say for sure, but it sounds wrong. Because the way your hair is going to fall out, you just need to look at your male ancestors.
Yeah,
and that's how your hair is going to fall out if you are a man. If you're biologically a man, if you're a woman,
but like
that's a weird one.
Mood changes is an interesting way of putting it.
Yeah, but
my mother had, like, after she had her kids, had issues with her thyroid. So she would experience mood swings just from that. Like,
yeah, well, that's the endocrine system. Your mood is vastly dependent on your hormonal balance.
But mood changes. It makes it sound like it's gonna be, I will feel more this than that on any given day. But the reality of it is if it's extreme, it can happen within minutes or even less time.
Yeah, so this thing just says too little about every point. That I think that's what we can agree on.
Short list.
So it's not completely stupid. It's just very superficial.
That were very understated. it said things like,
Yeah, understated is a good way to put it.
Yeah. All right. Besides testosterone therapy, what are my other choices? You could do nothing. Another way
True.
to masculinize is to have surgery. If you are interested in other options, talk to your doctor or nurse. You can choose to stop taking testosterone at any time. If you decide to do that, talk to your doctor or nurse.
Okay, this is horrible. This is horrible. Because this shows that this trans ideology is full of shit. That they don't care about gender dysphoria. They care about transitioning people. Gender dysphoria is alleviated, not cured, alleviated by cross-sex hormone therapy. If you want to transition without cross-sex hormone therapy, you're an idiot. An idiot or a fetishist. This is, and Planned Parenthood accepts this as a normal option. These people know nothing about this. This whole organization needs to be shut the fuck down. My God. Like, yeah, then they will cry, oh, why do we get abortions? Like, yeah, oh God, make it a normal practice in hospitals, for fuck's sake. But where you don't do it in this insane way that they do in California, but in some reasonable way that proper enlightened countries did before this absolute socialist feminist madness came around. Like sane laws, we have sane abortion laws everywhere in most Western countries, which is, it's fine in the first 1, 2, or 3 months as the limit, because if for cases of rape, if it's if there's a medical reason, then you get more exceptions. But there's no thing about arbitrary shit. If your kid is developed enough, you carry it to term, for fuck's sake. And if you don't want it, you give it to adoption, for fuck's sake. I'm sorry. You had 3 months, you had a quarter year to make up your fucking mind. In case you were raped. And if not, why the hell do you have unprotected sex? And don't give me this excuse of, yeah, but sometimes you get it despite all the protections. That is extremely rare. Very, very extremely rare. And then take responsibility, for fuck's sake. Take responsibility. The postpartum depression you have anyways. You have either way, whether you give birth or whether you have an abortion, you have postpartum depression. Just that when you have an abortion, you have no kid to cuddle you back out of the postpartum depression. Sorry for that excursion, but this organization should not be necessary.
So this is basically the lower half of this is
this all just talks about bodily changes. None of this talks about dysphoria. The dysphoria would be dealt with within the first month. It's never mentioned.
Some changes will probably not go away.
Okay, so here it gets mentioned at least. Okay.
Yeah. So, and then, can I get pregnant? No one can tell you for sure. If taking testosterone will affect your ability to get pregnant. I would be willing to bet I could go to a doctor at like a hospital, ask them, hey, if I inject a woman with 100 milligrams of testosterone a day,
oh God,
for like a month, will she be able to get pregnant in future? And they will probably tell me they might be able to, but it's going to be complicated because their body will have adapted to that change and begun changing them to be more masculine.
It's likely you will have complications. And you should not take testosterone while you are pregnant. That will create massive problems. But the second paragraph in this part is just shows how insane these people are. If you have sex with a person who makes sperm, who the fuck talks like that? If they at least would write biological male. A person who makes sperm. Where do you make your sperm? In your little ante room or something? In your kitchen? Where do you make the sperm?
I guess.
That is by the way, that is the actual definition for man, for male. Making sperm. Producing sperm.
Excuse me. Sorry.
No, but they write make for retards.
If you think you want to be pregnant in the future, you should talk to your doctor or nurse about your options before you start testosterone. Well, it's a little late now. I've already cleared the first hurdle. I'm talking to a nurse practitioner right now who's probably got maybe 10 minutes for me before she will just give me the injections and expects me to read this.
Yeah.
Like, and an 18-year-old, unless they have, grown up like in a big family and wanting that life, will probably not know if they want to have kids or not.
Nope. And this is at the around the peak of her fertility.
Mm-hmm.
This is just so sad.
Like, you may have mood issues, which is like, that's not a way to properly convey the possibilities of hormonal treatment. But anyway, so I looked over this list.
If this lack of meds for 1 month, the lack of testosterone blockers for 1 month, and that was years in for me, is anything to go by as what the increased testosterone for a woman taking testosterone is like, holy shit, holy fucking shit, you need help through that.
Mm-hmm.
That is, you need someone to guide you. You need someone to take you under the wing, and not some trans activist, but a real man, not a gay man, a real man. To tell you through, okay, you have anger. This is how you control it. Let's meditate. Something, whatever, or chop some wood. Yeah, go on. It's hell.
So, and then
It's hell.
Yeah. And I think the next question is like, what goes on with the.
And we started talking about the dosage. And typically when you start a regimen of anything, they start you on a lower dosage. And then if it's decided.
Hold on. My cat is attempting to walk across my keyboard. So.
As cats do.
Yeah. All right. I hope I stop.
Yeah. So what you do, yes, you start with low dosages, and then you increase to the level that works with the patient's body. You do this with most medication, because you can't just overdose at random and just throw shit at the wall and see what sticks. Overdosing is something that doctors here do in psychiatry a lot, where they just throw high dosages on patients, which is fucking insane, because there's also the rule: start low, slowly increase to see how do we get positive effects. And at the moment that side effects start, negative effects start, we know we can't go further. And if we didn't have any positive effects, then we lower the dosage again to wean the patient off of this stuff, because most of these are addictive substances. If not psychological, then at least physical. And with other medications, that's the same thing. With thyroid medication, which I also need because my thyroid is broken from so much stress, from not the stuff that made the PTSD so super bad, but from the initial foundation for that, because the people who did this came back a couple of years later, and that was the bad shit. The initial stuff where that was already PTSD, but it was a light version that I barely noticed because also the threat was not there anymore. But the stress was so bad that it destroyed my thyroid. So I got a call from my general practitioner because I was just so down, and so we checked. We did blood work out of the general loop just to see if it's something in that. And never in my life has my general practitioner called me at home. So when he got the blood work back, he immediately called me and said, "Hey, can you take the 6 times the dose of normal, and in 2 weeks we check the blood work again, okay?" 6 times. So I had a very minimal thyroid issue already, but it was stable. And through the stress of these abusive rainbow fascist fuckheads, insane people, it jumped in a short period of time to needing. I needed the 6 times. 6 times. I'm known 7 times the dosage of that, and that remained stable ever since then. So we checked that 2 weeks later again, and then it's okay. We raise it a little higher, and then it's nice.
I told her that I think I'm going to need a higher.
Oh, it's just on what she thinks what she might need.
Dose?
There's no
Yes.
blood tests.
Exactly. There was not blood work drawn. There was not anything. So
This is pure malpractice.
she basically got
Dude, the drug dealer around the corner takes more care
exactly.
about you and explains you more. If you got it good, okay. There are shitty drug dealers, and then there are the drug dealers of your trust, like the guy you hang out with, basically. And that guy tends to have more knowledge about the pharmacology than some pharmacists, and because he wants to keep you he doesn't want you to become a junkie. He wants to keep you as a customer, and thus will make sure that you don't overdose or take any shit, because then you're gone as a customer. So it's basically, if the qualitative drug dealer has a higher standard of work than Planned Parenthood and trans activists. Amazing.
Because I think I have more estrogen because I have wider hips. And the nurse practitioner just did not question this at all. And she said, "Okay, so how much would you like?" And I said,
it's like when you go to a drug dealer, you know. So
I'm sorry, I'm laughing, but this is horrible. It's so absurd.
It's so horrifying. And here's the kicker, and we haven't addressed this just yet, but I think we'll eventually get there. Is they want to do this shit to kids?
Yes.
And I was saving that point for when she actually describes what it was like to be on the dosage she gets for her testosterone for this. But they want to do this shit to very young children. To children who
on random claims, on kids that claim I'm the Red Power Ranger. Help! Okay. Don't just what did I say? Tear this company down. Burn it to the ground. Tearing it down is not enough. Burn it to the ground. Salt the earth. Salt the earth these buildings have been built on. God.
Some of my more derelict friends, they'll go to their drug dealer. You see this with really, kind of like this woman, I guess, questionable, dubious psychiatrists, where they'll say, "Okay, I'm going to give you X amount of Adderall," and then a junkie will say, "No, I'd like 3 times that actually," and they say, "Okay, no big deal." So this woman just goes along with an 18-year-old girl confused about her sex, says, "Yeah, okay, how many milligrams do you want?"
And I say, what's the highest we can go? And she says 100
Yeah.
But at least she's not
give me the
transphobic.
maximum amount.
milligrams is usually the highest we do. And if you look at kind of the guidelines, various universities and health systems, they have guidelines, and 100 milligrams is usually the maximum dosage. And so that's
insane.
Yeah, she.
Yeah.
200 milligrams per milliliter. Cool.
That's what I started on right out the gate as an 18-year-old girl, was 100 milligrams of testosterone as an injection.
So you start taking the testosterone. What does it do? I mean, what does that feel like?
So at first, the biggest changes were kind of what you would expect, although being myself in my mind at the time, I didn't make the connection. I just didn't understand what was happening to me. It was very disorienting. But
so that statement right there says
disorienting.
Exactly.
That's not what it was. So okay, of course I can't speak for the how it goes for trans men. I can only speak for how this treatment goes for trans women. But disorienting is not the issue. Also, when my testosterone came back in that horrible month, it wasn't disorienting. Maybe because I was used to it, I don't know. But disorienting is not a term I would associate with any of this.
Like what I take away from that statement might be different than what you took away with, but I took away that no one told her. No one told her, basically sat her down and said, day one, here, in the first 24 hours, here's what will happen. In the first, 72, this is it. In the first,
yeah, but look, this is also the question. What is there a difference between how it affects dysphoric and non-dysphoric patients? I do not know that. Would an actual dysphoric woman, a trans man, not be disoriented by the testosterone? Then it's also, of course, it's the maximum dose. It starts with the maximum dose. That's also the dumb idea. So that's just her system is flooded with stuff. It's just malpractice on every level. But maybe the Planned Parenthood people just thought, oh, that's part of the mood changes. Disorientation. There's mood changes. I know people that are as dumb as that, so who knows?
The first kind of symptoms was just more irritability. I just felt kind of antsy, like little things would bother me. Things people would say would just kind of set me off. I noticed that my temper was a little bit more out of control. I would snap at people more easily.
That fits. That is the testosterone at work. That's normal.
Yeah. But for someone who, hasn't lived,
she was not used to this.
Exactly. That's not a normal state for.
Yeah, and a proper therapist would have prepared her for exactly this.
Exactly. And even this week, listening to, because I started a new job this week and had to do all the onboarding stuff. I had to listen to an hour-long presentation of a woman whose voice literally felt like she was raking claws down my brain, and it made me angry.
Yeah.
But that's a normal state. But the difference is I didn't freak out about it.
Yeah.
Because it is just something that I found annoying.
Yeah, because the male brain and the testosterone doesn't just make you angry and irritable, which it's supposed to, because we're supposed to go out there and hunt the mammoth and the saber-toothed tiger and all that shit. So being irritable is good because that makes you notice the relevant things. But the testosterone, as I said in the beginning, it also makes you stoic, which is like it sounds like it does two polar opposites at the same time. But the stoicism comes later. You learn to control this. But yeah, so it's not just the learned stoicism. There is just an element of that also comes with time. That's what I mean to say.
I didn't really want to be around people all that much because I just didn't feel like myself. Again, I felt so disoriented. So I started isolating a lot more. And then obviously the other obvious effect is like that higher sex drive, which for me as a young girl who I feel like before testosterone, I had a fairly average, female sex drive experience.
That just looks gay.
It just really went through.
Okay, tell me, what girl makes a picture like this with the smoochy lips on it with the words yes? Like, this is not what a man would ever do.
No clue, but looking at her face, she looks miserable.
Yes.
Like her face in the last two photos has just said, "I am just."
I mean, she was miserable before, but she's not improving here. Yeah, she looked miserable before. She's not improving here, and this thing with the lip smack here, that's not what a man does. That's what a girl does. And as you can see in the face, the testosterone does have an effect on the fat distribution here. Looks more angular, and yes, just
through the roof, and I felt really out of control. I felt really overwhelmed. Yeah. It was not a pleasant experience.
Can you go back to that please for a second? Look at this. Painted nails. Purple painted nails. A miserable, depressed look. And this tongue thing there. Men do not look like this. This is not a trans man. You could show me this and tell me this is supposed to be a trans man on hormones for like months or years. And I will say, no, this is not a trans man. This is a TransTrender. Münchhausen or hypochondriac. Or, well, groomed into the cult. In this case, groomed into the cult. Made to believe this is what it is to be trans. And I say, no, it's not.
She's been made to believe that this will make her life better, too.
Yeah, it totally looks like it, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. She looks like the pinnacle of joy.
Yeah, and as I said before, when the brain normalization happened for me, and I didn't know that was it. That's the study that proved that came out 2 years after I went through that, and I talked with other trans women about this, and they went through the same thing. This didn't happen with this one. There's no brain normalization because, well, when that happens, it's like the pain of a lifetime just falls off of you like scales, and you think, oh, this is what it's like to feel normal, because it's not euphoria. There are the trans activists also talk about gender euphoria when they finally transition. I had no euphoria. I just felt normal for the first time. And when you get from -50 to 0, like for you, when you fall to 0, it feels horrible. I, for the first time, got from the negative to 0, and that is like, whoa. Like you break through the ocean surface and just thinking, oh, this is what it's like to breathe air. I'm not drowning anymore. Huh. Why are these other people all so miserable? They can breathe. Why are they so miserable? But that's coming from a standpoint of having been in a worse state. Yeah. Oh God. Thank you for speaking out. Thank you for speaking.
Really overwhelmed. It was not a pleasant experience. So that's kind of where it started out, which I think is somewhat to be expected. But my experience took maybe an unexpected turn, possibly because I was on such a high dose, although there's no answers. I still have never really been able to get answers for some of these things, where that anger would get so intense. I would have like such overwhelming rage attacks that I actually would end up hurting myself instead of hurting
God.
others, because I was just so out of control. I couldn't control myself. I felt like a monster. And
This is
so that
why
was
you need
definitely
psychotherapy,
Mhm.
not just before you start the hormone therapy, but also during it. You need someone at your side to guide you through this, to talk about these things,
And
to possibly adjust whatever dosage you're on.
and for
And
trans,
she was completely alone with this.
and for people that aren't political connect, like aren't micro connect, or gee, how am I
Take a
how am I
breather.
saying this? Ugh. All right. And for normies, basically, the people that look at the anti-groomer bill in Florida and the um no trans children thing in Texas, is then say, well, that seems kind of bad, or I guess I can see their point, but like, y'all need to understand it. There are people that want your small children, like they want your kids to endure something like this. And this is a rather extreme example, to be fair. But can
This
you
happens
imagine?
this happens more often than you think. It's not an
Yeah.
extreme example. The horror, the true horror is that this is not an extreme example. This is just an example. That is the true horror.
They want kids to experience this. They want young
They don't
children,
care
not
about the repercussions. They do not care about the suffering this causes. They will instead shame you as a trans traitor for detransitioning.
like this woman at 18, while dosing herself like this, experienced such blinding and unending anger that she actively harmed herself. And I
She would
don't
have been better
understand
off
how
with an
people
eating
can,
disorder.
yeah, I don't understand how parents can sort of figure that out or realize that, look at this, look at what's going on and say, well, it's okay. Well, at least she hurt herself and not others. But if we allow these sort of grifters and, let's be honest, they're evil people to do this to young children, who knows who could they could hurt? Like they could like they could literally go and blow up a school, or just harm some schmo. Like they could randomly assault someone. Like there's no guarantee it would be inwardly directed ever. Like what she describes is, it sounds like it would be horrifying to experience.
Yeah, and for boys, it's okay because you get that step by step through puberty, and you. So for one, you get slowly used to it, and the talking about normal boys, you also dig it out in rough and tumble play. So you get your outlets. She didn't even have an outlet, and it's I jokingly earlier I said what she needed was a sports club. Instead of this cult, she should have gone to some sports club, and not only would she have made better contacts there, probably, but she would also have, for this hormonal rage thing, she would also have had an outlet for her anger, because that's what men do. They channel this energy, because it doesn't just need to be destructive. This energy, just like the sexual energy, you can channel into making something, into excelling at something, be it sports, be it woodwork, and this is not innuendo, I mean actual working in a woodworking shop or something, in a metalworking shop, anything. That is how men deal with this energy. It's how I try to deal with that energy. Just I had also other issues that were blocking some of these things because looking back, because as a kid you always think your childhood is normal, and when you get older, you look back and compare that with other people. Maybe you were lucky enough to get compared earlier with visiting friends' families that were actually functioning, and you look back and think like, man, my childhood was fucked up. Holy fuck! How did I survive that? But yeah, I mean, I'm the weirdo here in the group. What do you say? How do you? Would you agree that this energy is channeled into productive things normally when you adjust it?
Yeah. Like you learn. You're right. It's young boys get a step-by-step sort of guide, not only from their friends, but their fathers as well, which I think
Haggle it
is
out.
a root of why so many young men, especially nowadays, are either very, very angry without an outlet, or just have no emotional control. Well, because
Yeah.
they don't have that, because parents don't let their kids play in the mud anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Exaggeration though it may be, it is true. Like, parents are constantly told, well, don't
They
let
could get germs.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
that's
Like,
good.
what
That's
about
good. They need to
germs?
get the germs to train
What
their
if they get
immune
hurt?
systems, you idiots.
What if they get hurt? What if horror?
Yeah, then they learn to deal with pain. Sometimes when a child trips and falls down, you let it stand up alone on its own.
Mm-hmm.
You don't run there crying, because that's how you get narcissistic princes and princesses.
Exactly.
You just
And then
let the child deal with it. That's what's growing up is, and it is sometimes it can be very painful to watch that, and you need to know when the difference is between I need to help my child up because it's actually really, really badly hurt, and it's just some little scratch, and just see how it works, see how it works out. And this is part of and animals get around to this because animals have this thing that the German word is Welpenschutz, which means whelp protection. So like you have a litter of little dogs, and the parents of the little pups, they just let the pups do whatever, crawl around on them, do shit, nibble on them, and that's okay until a certain age. And once that happens, once a pup reaches that age, the parent will go, nope, you're too old for this. If you bug me, I'll grab you by the neck and throw you around the room. Have you ever seen that happen?
I have not, but I have seen like an experienced dog mother, or like it was feeding time for a bunch of young pups, but they're old enough to get around, old enough to cause trouble, basically.
Yeah.
She basically walks in and they're all over her. They're super excited. We're happy to see you, mom, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And they're playing and whatnot. And she had, like, after a minute, she has instant control of the room. She basically tells the young pups, like, all right,
Bullshit's
enough.
over.
Yes. There comes a point.
And it's also this but it can look brutal when dogs, I think cats do it too, other animals probably as well, but I've seen this with a dog once, and he just the little guy, just he could do anything until a certain day, and then his father just grabbed him and threw him around the room for being too much of an asshole. Because kids in a certain age are assholes.
Mhm.
And the same with those. And that's showing him, and the pup didn't get hurt. It just like, it was like shocked, like what the fuck. But that was the parent showing, okay, you're old enough. Here's the limit. And you won't cross this limit again. And that's what parenting is. And that's how you get kids out of the narcissistic phase. You don't need to throw around the babies across the room. Please do not do that. We have softer methods on showing kids limitations.
Mhm.
But
Kids are smart enough to learn limitations. And I think that's what parents nowadays really just don't get anymore, is that
if you don't set
limitation.
this, if you don't enter well protection, your kids will not grow up. They will always be dependent on you. And then imagine someday you die and your kid is still dependent on you. What's your kid gonna do?
Mhm.
That's the problem with an Oedipal mother usually. Creates Oedipal children that are ever dependent. And this cult and the ideology behind it, the socialism, basically does this with its cult members. It makes them dependent on the cult, on the ideology. And in the case of the ideology behind it, the socialism always tries to create an Oedipal state where everybody has to be dependent on the state. So that is why individuality is not allowed. You get handouts, and if you and you don't, you basically do not misbehave solely for the reason that you want more handouts. And then the system crashes because it's run by absolute idiots. But yes, that's how cults function, basically. They make you dependent. They try to replace that Oedipal parent that you had, or that you maybe need in your vulnerable state. Because in your vulnerable state, maybe you don't need an Oedipal parent, but you need someone who gives you some stability in your life, an anchor, and guidance, an anchor and a guidepost. That's and maybe a wing, a little roof that prevents you from that shelters you from the storm. Sometimes when you're really vulnerable, when you're really lost, you need that, but you only need it temporarily. The cults, they want to make that permanent. They do not want to relieve your suffering. They want to keep your suffering in perpetual existence. Perpetuity is the word, I think. And so they basically want to make you a drug addict. And the drug is the snake oil that that promises to relieve the pain that you are not noticing the cult is inducing in you. I don't even know what to describe this what the analogy to this kind of abuse would be. A pitcher plant?
No. I would say it's more closely related to there is a species of flower that has basically evolved itself to be fed upon by a singular species of hummingbird. And it has basically adapted itself over time to essentially force this hummingbird to be dependent upon it.
Yeah. Yeah. The blanked out. I know the name. Fucking hell.
I don't remember the name of the plant or the hummingbird
It's
either.
a Lippenblütengewächs. But I don't know the English name of that either. Yeah, no. Just go on with the video.
The biggest consequence for me, and I dealt with that maybe once or twice a week, or a little bit less at sometimes, for a few months, and it eventually got so bad where I had to be hospitalized.
Well, and when you say you
God,
you're not saying you went into a
just because of the rage?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe you should take less of that.
Yeah.
Oh God. This is.
Oh, we're not even at
grandparenthood needs to be sued for this. The whole practice. Everyone
We're-
involved and the organization sued for this.
We're not even at the worst part yet. Like the worst part in my opinion.
A fit of rage and fell off the bed, you're saying you were actively taking a conscious sort of decision to self-harm.
Yeah, it was it's a very difficult experience to describe, but I guess before I was on testosterone, when I would have a really strong emotion, it might move me to tears and I would just cry and sob. But while I was on testosterone, I lost the ability to cry very easily. So I would get that intense emotion, but there would be no outlet. And then for one reason or another, that would trigger anger. I would get so angry and frustrated. And that anger was just so overwhelming. And I got the urge to really externalize it. I got the urge to hit things or throw things. I just didn't want to do that. I felt so out of control that I would just kind of take it out on myself to calm myself down and to be an outlet for that rage because I didn't know how else to handle it. I was completely overwhelmed.
And so during this period, I
can. So with the PTSD, for example, yes, I cry more instead of being able to act. That is why I think women in general, because of this, this is the hormonal composition that just does this. This is why women are more likely helpless victims. It's the hormones. Seriously, they need help. When a woman is crying, she needs someone to help. She can't do it alone. She would need a buttload of testosterone for that and then know what to do with it. I can imagine that had I still been on my natural hormones, not have the hormone replacement therapy, that maybe in the really bad situations that caused this fucking severe state of crap, maybe I could have done something because I would still have had that energy. Maybe I could have defended myself, but I couldn't anymore. And what she describes, she didn't know what to do with this energy. It's what we talked about before. As a man, growing up a boy, and trans men also have this natural drive, so that they're more likely to figure this out. Because they have the male mind. This is putting it into something. This is why men are more likely to act upon a problem while women whine. Men also prefer to, and this is when they have managed to figure out what to do with this energy, they rather work as a distraction. Like man has a horrible problem, and then he just works stupidly, mindlessly for 2 weeks straight without a thought. And then then the energy is gone. And either he just has chopped all the wood, or he has created a masterpiece of something. Who knows? But that is how a man deals with it, and no one told her. No one told her, and thus it turned to violence. And since she has a conscience, she doesn't want to destroy anything. She doesn't want to hurt anyone, so she directs it at herself. And that is something when the PTSD pain got too bad, I have to admit, happened to me too. For other reasons. It is part of because the pain is too bad, and then it's not for this borderline bullshit where you want to fill a void. That's not the issue. It's that the mental pain is so bad, so extreme, that you just need you need something else to distract your mind from it, because your brain can only focus on one source of pain at a time, and it always focuses on the strongest. So when you create another source of pain, then your mind looks at that instead, and the trauma shit that causes the mental pain it gets out of its loop. It gets into the back, and it gets back into the background. It's like hitting Control Alt Del, if you will. and this is not a good way, of course, but in some cases it's just this, you have nothing else. And I can imagine that she went through something similar there for completely different reasons.
Need to answer if you feel I'm prying too much, but as you were transitioning your sex, did you feel you had a transition of your sexual desire? I mean, you say you had this very high sex drive.
Right.
Were you attracted to boys or girls?
I've always primarily been attracted to boys, but honestly, one of the things that was so overwhelming about this increased sex drive was the fact that just visual things were more easily arousing. So I might see a photo of a provocatively dressed woman, and my brain would almost register that as oh, that's a sexual thing. You're going to interpret that as sexual, but
yeah, but it would not. She would interpret it as sexual, but it would not turn her on because she is attracted to men. And I can tell you that the opposite is true as well. That when it goes down, when you do the male to female hormone therapy, the visual stimulus also goes down, and so the visual stimulus, that's a testosterone thing. It's a hormonally bound thing, and I'm telling you, it's kind of losing the magic when you lose that. There's a sort of, because you can easily get this energy, the sexual energy, that is now that you can turn into something productive. But when you lose this, you don't have access to this source anymore. That's kind of shit. I mean, the positive side is, yes, not everything that you look at is sexually turning you on, and okay, you can see that as a positive if you are too annoyed by it, but you also lose this source of energy, if you will, which I find sad, especially when you go through a lot of shit like that. This visual, not just porn, just beauty isn't doing it for you anymore. And you could also say the cup sizes of women look smaller. They just look smaller for some reason. It's like the magic's gone. It's great. There was one more thing I wanted to say to this, but it slipped my mind. So just move on.
I wasn't really seeking out relationships with women or anything, but yeah, it was that was a really interesting experience. Ever since quitting testosterone, I've lost all that. I just am attracted to men now, but yeah.
So you're in this sounds really like hell. You're already a confused teenager. You now are hypersexualized, hyper filled with rage. And this goes on for how long before you decide,
boy,
maybe I'm not.
This is basically a pubescent boy then.
Yeah.
Not actually.
Yeah, for all the women, it's something for all the women who complain that, oh, that's an unfortunate frame. Something for all the women to say. Oh yeah, that's much better. For all the women out there who complain that female puberty is so bad, the boys have it so much easier. No, she basically just described you male puberty.
Oh yeah.
That is a hell of its own. It's a different hell from your hell, but it is a hell. Oh god. Yeah, I once punched a hole in a wall.
So that went on for a few months, and I talk about in my piece about how I actually needed to be hospitalized twice due to this. And sometime after, and just as a side note, not once in either of my hospitalizations or any of my mental health treatment that I was receiving because of these extreme symptoms was the testosterone ever mentioned. That
absolutely insane, baffling.
That one sentence when I heard it horrified me.
Complete malpractice. This is the obvious thing to look at.
It's such an obvious thing, and Not one singular doctor, and every single one should be ashamed that came across this lady and found and saw her medical chart and saw what she was going through. Not one of you upheld your Hippocratic oath.
Mm-hmm.
Shame on you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's a reason we have this, and
It's
there's a
just
reason
this thing of, oh, boys will be boys.
It's like it's just the idea
absolutely
that
insane. I'm
someone
sorry,
let-
I'm laughing. It's just it is so extreme, so absurd. I'm horrible. This is a complete system failure.
Excuse me. Sorry. Like
Yeah,
I said, I'm
I
still
understand. I
getting
understand
over stuff still.
having physical reactions to this.
But just that one sentence, it should be all anyone needs to point at this, frankly, bunkum. This snake oil bullshit that trans activists purport, and put it down for what it is, a lie.
You could say she, colloquially speaking, you could say she suffered from testosterone poisoning. I don't know. I just try to lighten the mood with ineffective jokes.
I was never brought up. Like I would write down, I'm a biological female, F, and I'm on 100 milligrams a week of testosterone.
So she did everything right.
Yeah.
She did that right. That's what you should do. Your doctors need to know what you biologically are. My doctors need to know what I biologically am, because that affects how certain medications work. Because my body doesn't matter what my brain thinks, doesn't matter what I am, doesn't matter what mentally am, doesn't matter what I want to be. It's irrelevant. My body functions different from that of a biological woman. Things are metabolized in different ways. Hell, my body produces hormones different than that from a woman. The male body doesn't naturally produce estrogen. We still have estrogen in our bodies. Why? Because the testosterone that we produce is recombined in the adrenal gland with the help of cholesterol into an estrogen analog that can dock onto estrogen receptors, because some of those are needed in the male body. Women also do not produce testosterone naturally. They recombine the estrogen in, I keep forgetting what the organ's called, the little caps on the kidneys, into testosterone analogs. So we use different organs to recombine these molecules. And this is just one in-your-face example of how biologically male and biologically female anatomy works. This is so your doctor needs to know. The rest of the world doesn't need to. Your doctors and your significant other. He deserves to know, or she deserves to know. Nobody else needs to, but your doctors, they need to know. They need to know what they're operating on. So she did everything right. That is the baffling part. That is what baffles me so much. She did that right. She didn't do what the delusional TransTrenders do. That right into the biological field. In her case, she would then have written male, which would be wrong, because these people are so insane they believe they are now biologically male, which they're not. She did everything right, and the doctors just is Horror story. Complete system failure. Poor girl.
Mm-hmm.
Psychiatrists and none of these nurses and none of these doctors ever mentioned that testosterone as possibly a reason for my experience. I was just diagnosed with a bunch of different things and prescribed a bunch of different psych meds and just kind of sent on my way. So it took me
So much for
kind
informed
of
consent.
skipping testosterone.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah. Oh, what do you know about hormone therapy? Apparently nothing.
Who do you have to support you? I have a friend and the internet.
Yeah, Tumblr. Yeah, that's gonna work out well. That oh God, just it hurts just to imagine it, but it's real.
Mm-hmm.
This is not. She had no clue what the hormone therapy would do to her. No clue.
And I'd be willing to bet a lot of young men and women nowadays are exactly where she is, or where she was at this
Hopefully,
point in her story.
and hopefully their reproductive abilities can recover.
Mm-hmm.
Testosterone doses because I was developing an anxiety of the needle. So I started skipping my doses. And as I started taking the testosterone less, my crazy, insane symptoms started going away. And
That's a
so
girl.
that was one of the
Is that supposed
Yeah.
to be one of the trans man pictures, or what is this supposed to be?
I think this is her in the months in
Getting out of it again?
Yeah, I think this is her coming out of it.
Yeah, looks much happier. There's an actual
Mhm.
smile. Like the picture before, there's not a smile. There's just misery.
Mm-hmm.
Reminds me of a friend of mine, the misery picture. He had that look often. Should have talked with him
kind
more.
of clued me in to like, okay, well, maybe I'm not just like a mentally ill, crazy person. Maybe it's the testosterone. So I started kind of scaling back on that. And then
Smart.
around this time, I was doing a lot of reflecting on, this is not matching up to that fantasy I had as a teenager. As a teenager, I was kind of promised, like, this is going to save your life. This is going to make you feel authentic. This is going to make you your true self. This is going to make you so happy. You see all this stuff like, it's trans joy, like all.
Like
yeah. This is what I mean. This is trans euphoria, trans joy. That is not a thing that we have. We have peace. She was made worse. Sorry, you wanted to say?
Yeah. This is the lie. This is the lie coming to fruition. And I think it's at 18 and at 17, 18 or 18, 19 is when you actually, at least I found myself sort of reflecting on who I was. And this,
yeah, that's when you get out of the swirling hormonal storm that is puberty, and you start to be able to think clearly. Your prefrontal cortex is developed well enough. Not it finalizes at 25, but it's okay right now. You can start making some more long-term plans or foresee into the future the consequences of your actions somewhat.
Yeah.
But mainly the insanity of puberty is dying down, and your mental vision, let's say, clears up. And that was taken from her by throwing these hormones on her, and basically having another insane version of puberty for what was it, years?
No, it sounds like she only had a couple like maybe 1 to 6 months of it.
Yeah, that would be, oh god, yeah. Then she shouldn't be too affected. Probably why she still looks kind of fine.
And then
She has
there's
nice cheeks.
There's also the fact that she mentioned another lie that gets sold by the SJW cult. This idea of your true self, your authentic self, like as if you're not, as if somehow, if you're not part of the ideology, or if you're not if you're not experiencing transition, or if you're not gender queer, or whatever or nonsense they peddle, you're not being true to yourself. You're denying a part of yourself.
Yeah, and that's why they how they sell that being trans is your true self. I'm sorry, no. Being trans is not my true self. Being female is my true self. And sorry, I don't sound like it. The thing is, this is one of the items that they have, to use their language, have appropriated from us, because there is a kernel of truth in that. When we transition, when we pass, our outside, our phenotype, matches with who we are inside way more than before. We will never be the complete biological other side that our brain thinks we are. Sadly, technology isn't there. That's a simple fact. But we can just let loose, because the thing with us is, before that, the male time of my life felt like I was always acting. I knew how to do the male things and the expectations, but it felt like I'm acting, in part so that people don't find out I'm this weirdo. I have this weird problem. The other part is simply, it's what you have to do, because you're a man, you're a boy, because nobody will help you. Nobody gives a shit if you have a problem. And now imagine that mentally you're a girl. You are as vulnerable as a girl. You are as, let's say, brittle as a girl. But you have to act like a man all the time. Girls also need to man up. They also need to stop being absolute crybaby princesses. Sure. Because they remain narcissists because we keep coddling them. But there is, I'd say they have a limit that is lower than what men can and maybe should do. And if you pressure that onto a girl, the level that men are expected to and have to deal with, they will break. It can also break men, of course, sure. But the women, it will definitely break. And that's with me on top of having the pain to deal with from the dysphoria. Also had other things to deal with, like I had lots of migraines from the autism, other problems from that. There came a lot together. But I'd say everyone has a breaking point, and I would say for women, just simply from the psychological structure, it's a bit lower. And when you then have the hormonal issue, which I didn't have, technically you could say I had the testosterone to protect me, to keep me up on my feet. But when you add the hormonal change, you're just a girl. I do not sound like it, but fucking hell, standing up for yourself like that is very difficult. It's hard to learn for boys and men, and they need to learn that, and they nobody's teaching them nowadays. But for girls oh god, that is something that I have trouble with getting right, but mainly because of the PTSD. I would probably fare much better without. So I had 6 good months between the hormone treatment and the severe PTSD. And I'm telling you, it was the best fucking months of my entire bloody life. It was not this trans joy. That's bullshit. That's a made-up crap of the TransTrenders. Because they probably, it's probably, I would guess it's the fetishists who get off on the idea of transitioning. who get sexually aroused by the idea. So they then, of course, have joy. What I had was this feeling of peacefulness, being at peace with myself. My mind was clear. I could focus on what I wanted. I didn't have to suppress any pain. I could just I could mentally do what I wanted. I could be creative again. I could be productive again. I was mainly exhausted, especially the first 2 months. I was sleeping 16 and then 12 hours a day, and that normalized over time. It was the stress of a lifetime that fell off. Like I had lived on tension since my childhood. Like when you're stressed, you basically live in debt. You take a mortgage on, and then you just have to. You never get around to pay that off. And once the dysphoria was off, the pain was gone, like down to 5% or whatever. My body went, oh, it's gone. I'm gonna take you up on that stress debt now. You sleep. And so I slept. And this is the only time in my entire life I have not felt bad for sleeping so fucking much. I just felt okay. I felt good. I felt nice. I thought this is okay. That is how it should be. So maybe not with the super sleep, but and there's a lot of stress, of course, your body's going through as well. So maybe that also adds something to it. It's just a good experience. If you have a bad experience with your transition or nothing positive happening, drop the hormones. Drop it. Your transition is the wrong thing for you. You have another problem. I'm not saying you don't have a problem, but being trans is not your problem. Sorry for the long excursion.
No, it's fine.
All this kind of like really frilly, happy, positive language. That's not what happened to me.
Huh.
So I really started kind of comparing my reality versus my expectations before I transitioned. And eventually that led me to just fully realize that it was all a total mistake. And I realized very quickly that I was just really confused, and this whole trans thing was not real for me.
I just can't get over the medical malpractice of you get a patient like you comes into the doctor says, okay, well, this young girl is taking an insane amount of testosterone, injecting it into her every single day. Yeah, maybe cut back on the Coca-Colas and you'll feel better. Oh, maybe we should ply her with more drugs. That'll fix it. It couldn't possibly have anything to do with this totally unnatural experimental medical procedure that we've only been doing for like 5 minutes. That is so insanely irresponsible that if you weren't saying it to my face right now, I wouldn't believe it.
I know, and it's
Yeah. I don't think I would have believed this if I hadn't heard it basically from the horse's mouth.
All right, so, sorry.
Go ahead.
So why do you think the doctors were so neglectful? Do you think it's just the doctors just simply don't give a shit about their patients, or do you think it's that they're afraid of being seen as bigots?
That's a possibility.
I think it's the latter more than anything
because
else.
this to use another word of the trans activists, the atmosphere has gotten so toxic that people are fearful of any rainbow activist backlash. What, you question my transness? Let's destroy you, your bigoted ass, and make you lose your job.
Yeah.
So that can be a reason why they tried everything else. The other thing is maybe they so the other corrupt variant would be, let's milk the patient. So one is malpractice out of greed. The other is malpractice out of fear. And I'm leaning towards fear in this case.
It's almost hard for me to believe, but it's like, think about it. It's not just one doctor who did that either. It's multiple doctors, multiple nurses, multiple therapists that I met throughout 2 hospitalizations and just multiple mental health programs. And none of them ever brought up the testosterone or questioned my trans status whatsoever.
Because they're forbidden to question it now.
Yeah, because they can't, like,
some probably would have liked to. Of all the people, at least one might have if we were less insane right now as a society. But we are basically under the terror heel of an insane rabid minority. We're held hostage by a bunch of insane people with wardrobe malfunctions.
It's become a trend on TikTok rather recently, I think, to have people who have undergone top surgery, young girls who've undergone top surgery, just have that reveal.
What? That is so narcissistic. That is what girls would do. This is the insane thing. Because boys wouldn't do that. Boys aren't looking for that sort of social validation. Look at me, look at me, look at me, and follow the fashion trend. That's what girls do. So they're flaunting the removal of their breasts. This is peak insanity.
Yep.
They will, when they wake up, they will. It is you cannot even comprehend. I don't think anyone can comprehend yet what these girls will go through once they realize that they cut off their tits for a fashion trend that they were made to believe, that they were brainwashed into. Yeah. That the misery will be so. And these girls, I fear that many of them will commit suicide over that once the realization kicks in.
Yeah.
And
I had that
those
same
suicides will then count it towards trans suicides, which then the rainbow activists with their hammer and sickle fetish will then claim, look, the trans suicides are so high, we need to transition more kids and take away more diagnostic hurdles. So it will perpetuate. It will spiral deeper and worsen.
And this is what I told my uncle. Like, it's going to get so much worse before anything gets better.
Yeah, they need to, these cases, if those suicides happen, they would need to be counted towards medical malpractice. But they won't, because they can blame it on something else and make money off of it. It's really, really horrible. And one other thing. Anytime I see most trans stories I see, whether it's TransTrenders or detransitioners, most of the time I see the as you Americans say, white people. I don't see Asians, I don't see Hispanics, I don't see blacks. I know gender dysphoria is a thing in those demographics as well. But all this transgender stuff and the detransitioners, like 99 out of 100 that I see is white people. White kids. That I think that is weird.
I think it has more to do with over Americanization of social media, which may just be, my lens is American only, so take that one with a grain of salt. But the other thing is population.
Yeah, but just in what we see in the Anglosphere.
Yeah.
And there is a significant amount of Black and Indian and Asian people in America and Great Britain, that we should see those as well, but we don't. And since the left is so obsessed with superficial diversity of phenotype, let's say, we should see those all the time as well, but we don't.
Mm-hmm.
I would expect them to push the trans woman from India into the forefront, or from Pakistan, or the Black American trans woman, or the Hispanic trans woman. They're not doing that. I don't see those. The Native American trans woman, I don't see those. I also don't see those detransitioning. I see what you in America call white people. Why is that? I know it's a rhetorical question here, but I think that's weird.
Because they don't want real diversity. But that's
look,
a whole...
you could say, look,
well-
I know this gets into tinfoil territory again, but this is these kids will likely not have children, or will have very big complications having children. Do we need to call Mr. Jones?
Well, I think maybe what the reason why is because a lot of minorities have a lot more strict conservative households. Like Middle Eastern people, Hispanics, Asians, they're a lot more strict with how they treat how they raise their kids.
Is that really the only reason? I can imagine it being a factor, but then why do you have it happen in conservative Christian families?
Well, I guess because white conservatism is viewed differently from ethnic conservatism. I don't know.
Maybe one day we'll get an answer.
Truly insane. Probably they feared they'd lose their license if they ever made any mention of this. It's so politically incorrect. So, so you on your own, with no help from these useless doctors, you on your own realize, when I inject the testosterone less and less, the symptoms abate. How old are you at this point?
So at that point, I was about 19 and a half.
Okay. So do you then come to the conclusion, okay, I've got to stop this. The fantasy isn't matching up. I've got to go back to being a girl. So that this would have been little before you turned 20.
Yeah, about
18 months around.
before I turned 20.
She's been on hormones then about 18 months.
Mm-hmm.
Lucky. I think she got off lucky.
Yeah, no kidding.
She probably thinks she got off lucky too.
Yeah. I'd really like to know how her voice sounded before, because this is please don't get this the wrong way, but to me she sounds like a trans woman, like a trans woman who got through some voice training.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is a sad thing for a pretty young lady like her. But it's not at the point where it's like horrible or anything.
I mean, to me personally,
I'm primed to notice these things.
Well, I guess to me personally, her voice still sounds natural to me. That's because a lot of American women tend to have very deep voices.
It's not the depth of it. It's a bit of a screech in it. It's a bit of grating. But yeah, whatever. I just hope. I think she's still fine. And I hope she has a wonderful life and wonderful children.
Yeah, definitely.
think I'm gonna call it there. I know we still have a little bit to get through, but I have
Mhm.
another place to be.
Yeah, I need to get food.
Yeah. What
And I
parts
know it's
were still after
getting
this?
on 2
Just so
a.m.
we
I'm
know.
sorry? Sorry,
what
Wisp,
pa-
I'm talking over you. Go
No,
ahead.
no, I was talking over you. My bad. What parts were still after this coming?
I think he asks. I think after this, the next question is about her detransitioning, like, and how it came about that she basically went public this way.
Oh yeah, that would be interesting.
Yeah, well.
Because that's probably then where the Tumblrites start hounding her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe we'll continue this.
Definitely. All right. Well, Wisp, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for sharing so many details
Yeah, definitely.
in regards to
Yeah.
this. It was very informative.
Yeah, this topic requires it. I don't like to share this stuff easily or harass people about it.
Mhm.
Not that part of my life. But this topic really, that there needs to be more clarity about this all.
Mhm.
And I think only we can really give that.
I can definitely agree with that. So thank you so much for joining us tonight, Wisp.
Yeah.
Thank you all for watching. I know this was actually pretty much longer than how long we normally go, but
Mhm.
That's my
it was-
fault.
Oh no,
It was.
it's all good,
I would
though.
say it was necessary for the topic at hand. And so, thank you all so much for watching. We'll be back next week, hopefully to finish this out, and we will see y'all then.
Yeah,
Have
take
a
care.
good night.